good time zone artifacts. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. One last day this week for Zwillingstürme im Herbst. Or whatever it's called. While I get it open. Don't have any updates. I was doing the side investigation thing for the event, and I'm stuck. I can't figure out what emotion I'm supposed to create for this guy. And I keep running out of them. It's terrible. Because the game will tell you what emotion you need eventually, but it doesn't tell you how to make it. And that's what I can't figure out. That's where I get stuck. Wabam. You make 30, you get something special. Fascinating. Yeah, I'm stuck on Lessing. I also hate that you have to keep going through it every time you want to do it again. But he wants to be sad. And I need to make remorse, and I can't figure out how to make remorse, and I can't get enough sorrow anyway to make remorse. I'm like, what is remorse? I tried anger and sadness. I tried all sadness. Like, I'm like, I don't know what is remorse. I don't know. I grinded last night. They just did not give me sorrow. I mean, they gave me some, and I made those ones, and it didn't work out for me. Gonna have to like look. Someone must have a chart of them or something. I don't care about solving the puzzle. Last time on Twin Towers in Autumn, Executor and Loris Borden, the captain of the Gendarmerie in Zwillingstürme, had heard some commotions going down underground in the sewers of the city, which turned out to be Ebenholz fighting off some Witch King loyalists. Loris and Federico had a discussion about, like, you know, being a hero and, like, fulfilling the will of the law and stuff like that. Loris didn't really consider himself a hero. was one day from retirement, so of course he made the decision, though, to be a hero. He went into the sewers to help Ebenholz, and he died. Federico, being an executor, and Loris being actually a native of Laterano, Federico went in to see if he had a will on his body. But by doing so, kind of got framed for his murder, and the other gendarme are now after him, thinking he killed Loris. Ebenholz got taken to Ludwig's Universität, the university in the city. The, like, first university in the country, I think. Very prestigious, very old. And he, upon waking up there, was met with a man named Fremont, who is a lich. He's been alive for a few centuries, was apparently friends with the Witch King. Currently is working with the Empress Grimmacht to do something with the voice of the mundane, or voice of Terra, or night. Like, I'm not sure if they're the same thing or not, but apparently the voice of the mundane is what they're calling it now, at least. Inside of Ebenholz, to locate the Genesis Horn, which is some artifact of the Witch King. Why the Empress wants it is not 100% clear. I don't know if she's like actually evil. She seems like she's much more authoritarian of the two Empresses. But the vibe I get from either of them, neither Fremont doesn't seem to be part of the Witch King's remnants, despite apparently having been his friend. He's kind of just there. He wants to leave Lithanian. He's kind of tired of everyone messing around. I like him. But Ebenholz was tricked into believing that he was part of the Witch King's remnants by Professor Gerhard Hoffman, who was a former Spire caster, supposedly joined the resistance against the Witch King, but is now actually part of the Witch King's loyalists. Tricked Ebenholz into thinking that Fremont and Lessing were the bad guys, only to reveal that he was, in fact, the bad guy. Meanwhile, Federico also arrives at the university in search of Arturia, being also pursued by the Gendarmerie, who are also currently scouring the school for any potential Witch King loyalists within the student body. We left off with Federico breaking through a wall and seeing Arturia, like, on the other side. So they should have a confrontation soon. Viviana and Grant, a Gestatswatcher. Actually, after Ebenholz left Fremont, they come in to Fremont and are thought he was suspicious, and maybe he is suspicious in some ways. But yeah, I believe he activated his arts, which seems to be some sort of shadow-based, or perhaps just lich arts that trapped them in maybe a pocket dimension. And before a fight broke out, Michael, Baseline, whatever their name might be, showed up. Revealed they are working also for Grimlocked, and thus are associated with Fremont. And so there's a bit of a standoff going on there, kind of everywhere it seems, actually. I think that was everything. Sonata Autumn. A meeting, then desolation, betrayal, then regret. Autumn's monologue. A standoff, as I said. It was meant to be a sudden assault. The casters of Kreis Heldenschwert would disguise themselves as musicians and infiltrate the Witch King's spire, while the armies of Erdenerr and Sturmland would stay hidden outside their enchantments. No one dared underestimate the Witch King's power, but the battle was nonetheless harder than anyone could have imagined. The army outside the spire was discovered by the Einvold Imperial Guard. The first wave of casters all died at its base, while the second wave was swallowed by the endless staircase. The only ones who made it to the throne were the twins, Grimmacht and her sister, Evignada, also called Lisa Lota, I don't know. Black and red had always been Urtica's colors, but from the entrance to its deepest innards, the spire was almost completely void of black tiles. House Urtica's secret chambers lies underground. It's very close to Sonata Spire, so we can make our way through it here. Air Fremont has already left, and so we must catch up. 9. Is something the matter? Go no further. The Witch King's Imperial Guard is here. You will die. The Imperial Guards? What do you mean? The folks from Eldenschwert never expected you to win. They simply wanted the Sturmland armies to keep the Imperial Guard at bay while the twins climbed the spire. In their plans, all of you were meant to die. The Witch King, the twins, everyone. Tell your father and Ernst that the Hochbergs should not be buried here, not in this spire. Herr Reiner, my father is dead. I'm the reason that you're the only survivor. I'm the one who took away your freedom. Please look at me. I'm Viviana. Do you perhaps mistake me for my father? Leave now. Leave Ludwig's Universitat. Grimlock's envoy has passed on the Kaiserin's orders. As Empress's voice, you have more than enough grounds to terminate your mission. and to prevent the voices from going out of sync, a Vignada won't punish you for it either.
Do you hear the commotion around us?
It sounds familiar. This is practically a battlefield. My duties prevent me from escorting you out, but I can at least use my melody to forge a path through the chaos for you.
9. I will never forget how quiet and peaceful it was when we entered the campus. The young students' faces still had hope for what was to come. I can't let them become sacrifices to this conflict. While I'm nowhere near as strong as you or Air Fremont, I'd like to help as many of those weaker as in me as I can.
Erkampfschorn's secrets lie ahead. A Viganada said that when das Kaiserinnenfest comes to an end, you'll have another chance to choose. But once you've gazed upon the country's darkest, most hidden secret, all your other choices will immediately evaporate.
I expected as much. But while I long for freedom, I can't very well turn my back on people suffering right in front of me. Ironic, isn't it?
You're just like your father.
Yeah, I know. I've always known the kind of man he was.
What's going on? Why are there so many people underground? They charged inside. It's not just Sonata Spire either, the Scholar Spire next door too. There are students everywhere. Stop them. Don't let them block the staircase or we can't chase. Who did that? No idea, there's too much going on, I can't make anything out. Witch King's remnants. Listen to the extreme chaos, as well as to the only melody that can be found within it. That is Erkampfschorn's sigh, the final sound our king left upon this land.
The supreme spire, whose dark shadows on the ground causes all to shudder. Those who do not wish to be engulfed in darkness prattle their arms and climb the staircases leading them up. The pitch-black will hangs over the throne in silence, awaiting inquiries from other souls. Those who hide beneath the curtains regrets the demise of love. Those who lead the charge and others instead ponder the meaning of heroism. Those who wade through the sea of their fallen comrades' blood lament the price of their sacrifice. All of them gather at the far ends of this spiral staircase to witness the birth of this melody. Its name, Der Tod des Hexenkönigs.
The death of the Witch King. Well, the Witch King's army, they're charging toward me. Gasters pouring in through catastrophes, originum piercing entire cities. Hell, I don't want to die, but I might as well. Please burn me to ashes, I don't want to be crumbled into a living ball of flesh.
How could you set yourself ablaze, you idiot? 9. Everyone here has gone mad. The sound is a pipe organ. Are the Witch King's remnants performing? All of us are under the influence of their illusions. Who's there on the podium? All of this blood, all of these corpses. Who is it lying in the blood? Grimnacht. I Vignada.
Yeah, it's you, the wicked twins. The rumors were true, weren't they? Your souls were cooked up by Sarkaz arts, and your blood molded from the ambitions of traitors. You killed Athenian's true king and took over her throne. You two were born to destroy this country. You're wrong. Grimnacht may be cruel, but she's not evil. I guess, maybe. I guess that can be different. And who are you? Another Empress's voice? A puppet carrying out the twins' will? 9. She wouldn't let me become one. But I am alive because of Grimnacht. I want to help her. I want to... Everyone who accepts a monster's reward becomes a monster themselves. Hey, look at this. Look at how the Athenian has fallen because of you people. This spire, this school. Did you keep Ludwig's Universitat around just to impersonate us true Athenians? To pretend you still had the decency to respect tradition? I've had enough. I'm sick of the Empress's voice showing up at our lectures. I'm sick of the salons, incapable of anything other than but empty praise. Our history, our knowledge, and our arts are all long dead, murdered. But so we may as well all die together. I'll kill all of you. Yeah. What are these arts? Why can't I block them? No, this is that they fist. Michael's eyes suddenly widen. More and more people rush towards Sonata Spire by the minute, joining the fray as the music continues. Many of them set down their wands, choosing instead to use their fists, legs, and teeth. Is this still the Lithuanian he knows? All the rhetorical tricks and combat tactics he learned, even Originium arts, have lost their effectiveness. Aside from cowering under his shield, there is nothing he can do. Right now, he is no different from the young boy who he was when he had just left his hometown and arrived in Zwillingstürme. Please, I beg of you. Vignada, I'll do anything. Please spare me. No, don't hurt me. Grimnacht. Grimnacht. Please stand. Who? Raise your shield and face it to your left. Okay. Help me hold this person up. Gendarme, who is he? I do not know his name, but he is one of Loris Borden's subordinates. He was attempting to blow my head up with arts. And you still saved him? Yeah. The third sculpture shattered. He was merely carrying out his duties. I see no reason to harm him. These men may be under the influence of arts, losing their reason to their most intense emotions buried deep within their hearts. Fighting them would be inefficient. I suggest instead quickly rendering them unconscious, as I have been doing. So this entire time, you've been knocking people out while making your way through the crowd? I have also attempted to place them in a corner to ensure that they won't be stepped on or struck in the melee. Danke, then, for not clubbing me the moment you saw me then. I do not require thanks. Mako Wolf. You may be young, but mentally you are much stronger than most adults. I believe that as long as someone is available to provide you a hint, you will never lose yourself to these illusions. That is not necessarily the case for everyone else. Although I have yet to receive confirmation. If it was Arteria's music that caused this chaos, then the abnormal behavior will continue until we end her performance. I'll leave this place to you, Micah Wolf. Call me Michael. I must continue ascending, Michael. Strange voice from a sculpture. This sounds very familiar. The staircase outside must be as chaotic as it was 23 years ago.
Panic, anxiety, fear, rage, all of these emotions caused by that non-existent spire, the Genesis spire, standing at the heart of Lithanian. When its sound can once again be heard far and wide, what sort of music will it finally have in store for us?
Erkamshorn, our one and only king. Your magnificent props up the spire, and your radiance shrouds the land. Your soul shines eternal, and your arts will never fade. All of Lithanian's wisdom and elegance gather before you. Your luminance and greatness are the pillars of her success. Lift your heads, all ye who prostrate on land before him. Gaze upon our king's accomplishments, his glory.
At last, the day has finally arrived. For 2 decades I've dreamt of walking up those long stairs and standing before this very throne. Fortunately, fate provided me with the enchantments you left on the Goldengestats. Today, very soon, your final melody will be performed. Arknights, Lithanian's most supreme ruler, allow me to once again seek an audience. Allow me to seek your forgiveness. Good boy, Franz. I apologize. I had no choice but to knock you out. Does your head still hurt? I would have thought you'd have plenty of questions for me. Yeah, that's the look. You're in pain but unwilling to give in. Even lying in sludge, you'd still look upon your betters with scorn. My betters. All I see is a flock of madmen putting on a show. Your ramblings are even less worth listening to than the noise in my head. You believe you're us insane, and we've mistaken you for the Witch King, and so we repent and kneel before you. What a shame. Even I had hoped that you could truly become him. If only our ritual experiment had succeeded. If only we had found the way to perform the voice of Mundane right from the start. Then neither you nor the other children would have suffered so. It was you? And to think I was going to protect you. You're coughing up blood. Spits. I wish my blood really were imbued with evil power. Then I could have at least burned away that deceitful mask you're wearing. I haven't told you a single lie. When we first met, you didn't let to learn to walk. All you could do was sit on your mother's lap. Was she also a remnant of the Witch King? Is that what you wanted to ask? Are you worried that your birth itself was some sort of evil ritual? 9, quite the opposite, but you wish it were, don't you? You want your entire life to have been a conspiracy through and through. That way you feel comfortable despising it. But that doesn't make sense, my dear Franz. Your mother was a respectable woman. She was descended of the Urtikas, part of the Witch King's bloodline, so to others she was almost by definition one of his remnants. Before she died, she entrusted you to a friend, an old servant of the Witch King, and to protect you, he too was killed by the Empress's voice. Would you scorn them all as well, even though they truly loved you? So after taking away my love, now you tell me I don't deserve to hate either. You want me to be nothing more than an empty husk, all the better to squeeze that old fart into me. Just try. The Witch King's whispers, his robes, his crown, what else is there? Don't worry, my child. When Arknights' power arrives, he will end your cruel fate and heal you of your scars and pain. I thought I told you to let him go. So you chased after us, after all. It must have been hard to make it past all those enchantments outside, no? This is my responsibility, and I don't give up. I'm surprised you're able to cleave through my defensive enchantments. I sharpen my sword with my arts every day. I'll make sure that it's as solid as my will.
Your sword. It has a special enchantment that specifically targets traditional Lithanian arts. Did the professor teach you that? Has he always been prepared to make an enemy of Lithanian?
The old man's never been one to pick his enemies, and neither do I. Our enemies crawl out of the shadows on their own. Just like you, Gerhard. I never expected to point my sword at someone who was once my ally.
We don't have to be enemies, Lessing. The mayors have served the Urticas for generations. As long as you're willing to stand on our side and help friends, there will always be a place for you by the throne.
The throne. All I see is a musty old chair. My grandfather, my parents, all of them have been held hostage by that chair for far too long. Why should I repeat the same mistake and bind myself to it again?
Yeah, well said. Those unwilling to be bound by the past will always try to seek out a different fate. Like you and like me. The concertmaster has started the performance. It's almost time. No one can stop the advent of Erkenschorn anymore. Oh snap.
But Erkenschorn isn't the one sitting on that throne. His name is Ebenholz, and it's my duty to bring him back with me. As long as I live, nothing will stop me from reaching that battered chair. It doesn't matter how many men you have. Come at me.
Gestachwacha. The melody has begun. Not even you can stop its flow. Perhaps not. Your sword is reverberating. It's useless, Gestachwacha. You may be able to chain down a single man's mind, but 100, 1,000, your melody will be drowned in chaos. Much like how the Gestachwacha were unable to stop the melee at the foot of the Witch King's spire 23 years ago. If so, I will kill chaos itself. His longsword pierces not his enemy's chest, but instead the ground beneath them. A golden radiance surges from the blade, drowning out even the Gestachwacha's armor, then dashes toward the sky to form a webbing the color of the setting sun, enveloping Sonata Spire within it. All sounds within reach of his arts are drowned out, leaving nothing but the solemn melody reverberating in the air. A golden curtain. Those arts should take at least 10 Gestachwachas to cast. How did you manage to do it on your own? The harmony of the golden Gestats is inviolable. Today, no one outside Ludwig's Universitat will hear a single discordant note. I swear by my flesh, blood, and soul, not a single remnant of the Witch King will leave this spire alive. You and your arts must be extinguished here. Yeah, the melody's changing again.
Gerhard?
Took you long enough, Professor. I'm sure killing us Lithanian casters would be a simple matter for you. But as always, you're unwilling to dirty your own hands.
How many times do I have to tell you? Us liches are just the keepers of the Palace of Knowledge. We bring our wisdom to the different races to advance the development of arts. But we never interfere with a country's own affairs. That was the court of the Lich King's contract with your ancestors, and it is the Lich's creed.
I guess that also helps explain why they're neutral in Victoria. Besides understanding that it's just a bad idea what's going on over there. I understand it all too well. A group of Sarkaz living in Lithanian's most ancient spire, the seat of her power, no Lithanian would willingly accept the truth. I'm quite jealous of you, you know, even against Erkenschorn. All you did was provide the enchantment that molded those twins. You didn't need to bear the responsibility of changing history, nor did you stain your hands with the blood of your closest friend.
I don't get what you're thinking at all. Years ago, you're the one who tried to convince me to stop Arknights. Now you're mingling with these third-rate wannabes?
Yeah, because I changed, and you're the one who changed me. You had me research the Golden Gestats and think of Lithuanian's history, and I did exactly as you asked. But the deeper I got into my research, the more I despair. Arknights' accomplishments were simply too dazzling. He resolved the Syracusan problem and still saved Lithuanian when it was on the verge of breaking apart. He crushed Corsica the First and prevented us from becoming a Gaulish vassal state. Only through his presence have we thwarted every existential threat to our country again and again. We had such a great man on the throne, and we killed him.
When did I ever tell you to read up on how great Arknights was? Besides, what does his greatness have to do with him killing so many Sarkaz and Lithuanians alike, turning the country into a smoking hot mess and plugging his ears to everyone else's opinions? I had you study the Golden Gestats because I wanted you to have a more open-minded outlook, not to pore over every trivial growing pain every nation goes through. Hardships happen, then everyone goes back to their lives. But somehow you ended up caught up in this nonsense. How can you even consider this when so many have died?
Because I can't see them, Professor. I'm not like you, a Sarkaz with control over even death itself. When we die, that's it. We become a speck of dust on this land forever. The dead can never feel my hatred. All those years ago, I was the one who persuaded them to fight. I sent them to their deaths in the Witch King's spire. If that battle had never happened, he wouldn't have died, and neither would they.
You idiot. And that's why you want to resurrect him? You can't possibly think that. Even if you do see him, he's gonna praise you for this, or even comfort you. He wasn't some kindly old grandfather who sang nursery rhymes to dumb kids. He wouldn't even spare you a glance. He'd treat you as a speck of dust dirtying his floor.
You still don't understand a thing. A selfish and cowardly man like me. Not everything I do to seek my own forgiveness.
That thing you're holding, the missing Golden Gestats?
More precisely, it's the lingering trace of Arknights' power he left in the Golden Gestats.
You want to use his arts by force? Don't be stupid, Gerhard. You can't do it.
I've come too far not to. And I don't want to regret this a second time. A flame rises, so black and so red that it seems drenched in blood. The walls of the chamber tremble violently. Oranginium crystals sprout and grow from every crevice between the brick and tile, even piercing the ground's foundation.
Ebenholz. Hurry! Gerhard's going to destroy this whole school. Witch King. The voice of the mundane. It's boiling in my head. It'll be free soon. That's not the voice of the mundane reacting. It's not. I don't know who first got it wrong. Or maybe Gerhard has given up on summoning him through you entirely. But Arknights' power isn't originating from your mind. You aren't the key melody here.
Arduria.
You're a little later than I expected. Is it because you're helping the Gendarmerie? You've grown soft. What happened to the executor who would stop at nothing to fulfill his mission?
The fourth sculpture. You aren't playing.
You must be shocked, aren't you? Like I've told you, you don't need to rush to find me until my real audience arrives. I'm just a listener myself.
You aren't the sources of the illusions the men below are experiencing.
I'm a little hurt. We've been competing against each other for how long now, but you still confuse the truth my music draws out with the illusions a con man would use. Besides, haven't you noticed? The people trapped in this spire have always hated each other. They've never stopped fighting. Isn't lying the blame on this chaos entirely on mind-affecting arts also a form of running away?
Lethanian's affairs are not within the purview of the Notarial Hall. My primary targets are limited to you and your accomplices. Who is manipulating the sculptures to protect you?
An avid listener of mine. You arrived a bit too late, just a little earlier, and you could have also had a front row seat to Der Tod des Hexenkönigs.
The fifth. Arturia. I'm well acquainted with every crime you have committed. Your arts have affected a variety of regions and social classes, but you have never actively participated in political conflict.
Do you remember my mother's funeral? How I freed the emotions everyone had kept hidden in their hearts. It was the first time I realized how easily others fell into my melodies. But that brought me no joy. Quite the opposite. I was disappointed. Powerful emotions should give rise to more than just chaos. Emotions are meant to bolster our souls, to allow us to overcome any obstacle, even our predestined extinction. Which is why I came here in my search.
The sixth. If you're looking to perform for the Witch King, then you will never succeed. He perished long ago. Your melody has no effect on the dead.
It would seem you're a little mistaken about this performance. The shadow over the throne was dispersed, and the twin heroes walked out of the spire to the adoration of the masses, while those who stayed put are still waist-deep in the emotions they felt when they witnessed the mountain crumble before them. Der Tod des Hexenkönigs isn't about the Witch King. He was never the main character of this piece.
Oh, what's happened? Why are we here? Ugh, my head. It hurts. Why am I bleeding? Oh, the staircase are shaking. Is the spire coming down? Oh, what's with the black fire burning on the ground? Help, help!
These are Erkenschon's enchantments. If you've come to your senses, we need to get out of the spire now.
Ugh.
You're awake too.
Candlelight,
Candlelight. Yes, this way. But the flames. The whole Sonata spire is enveloped by these black flames. I'll open up a path. With your candle's flames. Pay attention to the shadows it casts on the wall. The shadows are tearing the flames apart. Yeah, this is the true forms of my arts. You must be disappointed. They're not nearly as beautiful as you thought, right? No, my dame. This is stunning. You don't often see arts that can rival Erkenshorn's undying black flames. I can't defeat them, but as long as something truly exists, it casts a shadow. The most I can manage is make use of this principle to ever so briefly create a chance of survive. Is there something the matter? I was just thinking that I was your enemy until a moment ago, yet you aren't, but you aren't blaming me. Why should I? You said you're not an Empress's voice, and I have yet to formally enter the Kaiserin spire myself. Here, you can just be you, and I can just be Viviana. We aren't carrying out the Kaiserin's orders. We're simply helping out the poor souls struggling in this music. So please, take the students and make your way out as fast as you can. While they recover their mobility, I can still hold on a little longer. I can see golden light outside. The Gerstadvacha's curtains have already enveloped this place. He could destroy the spire at any moment. I trust that Herr Reiner will make the appropriate decision. And what about you, then? My candle flame will extinguish sooner or later. Hopefully it chooses the most meaningful moment. Frau Oschberg, Viviana. Go, Michael. Please, take care of yourself and these young students. Each of you has a future that someone like me could never dream of.
This is the place. Surround the spire. Did they just drop in from the sky? Gusters from the Kaiserinen spires.
That's right, Brandt.
Haven't I already said that?
These are the Kaiserin's orders.
We are to assist you in resolving the problem here. Good. Use your arts. Join me as an accompaniment. I will tighten the curtain.
No, Herr Reiner.
Step aside, envoy of Grimacht. Will you continue to stand in our way? Your earlier behavior alone is reason enough to suspect you colluding with the Witch King's remnants.
There are still innocents inside.
I see the students have all been evacuated, and Herr Fremont wouldn't die so easily.
But the Sancta and Viviana. Viviana is still inside. She's trapped by the black flames and stayed behind to save me and the students. Brandt.
This is our best chance to eliminate the threat.
Once the ensembles complete, your strength will completely annihilate the spire. Viviana will perish too.
It was her decision to enter the battlefield.
Werner gave his life for Lithanian. We can't let his one and only daughter die in his footsteps. You promised Werner you'd save her. We both did. Have you forgotten your oath?
Have you forgotten your oath, Rainer? The blade and arts of Gestatzvacha belong only to the Golden Gestats, and to Lithanian. It doesn't matter if Erkenshorn treats his subjects. He is Lithanian's rightful ruler, as recognized by the Golden Gestats. If you choose to fight alongside House Hochberg, you will be abandoning your duties as a Gestatzvacha. One more step, and you'll be making an enemy out of us all.
Brandt, why don't you come save us? We grew up together. We were like brothers. I know you loathe the Witch King too. You despise this tyrant over Sturmland's citizens, and you hate how he turned our homeland into this battlefield and a testing ground. The Battle of the Four Emperors was years ago, and the skies above Sturmland are still filled with the catastrophe clouds formed by oranginium shards. Many of our children are doomed to be born with those accursed stones. Why can't we resist? Why can't we make him pay the price? Is it because the Golden Gestalt dictates that he's the ruler, and that we are his attendants? 9. It isn't right for us to be born that way. If your power is merely dependent on some inviolable will, does that make your will, the Gestalt Watcher's will, fundamentally a lie? Isn't that the lie that's forcing you to run away from your decision? As well as from your remorse towards the dead Hulshbergs.
Brant Rayner, make your decision now. Viviana. His body wobbles once, almost unnoticeably. Then small cracks start appearing in the golden curtain.
Resonance. At last, I got you.
The 7th. All of these sculptures have been destroyed. You no longer have a means to resist.
Just a moment longer, my dear Federico. Do you hear that? Brant Rayner. His soul is finally opening up to my melody. His strong will has finally broken free of his restraints, and the surge of emotions will lead him to make the decision he will regret the least. This is what I've been waiting for, the truest climax of this piece.
Oh. Well then. A melody so impassioned that it approaches piercing rings out from the strings of Arturia's cello. As though motivated by the music, black oranginium flames rise from the deepest depths of the earth and tear asunder the surface mere inches away. The Witch King's musicians standing guard at the foot of the spire all walk single file into the black flames, chanting even as they are incinerated into ash. The very spire that holds up the skies, the inevitable, the indispensable, and eternal pillar, now rise! Something bores out of the earth's flesh. It is a high spire, but bears a red tint to its blackness, a spiral shape, and a strange sharpness. The long-lost Witch King's spires stand atop the land once more. Well then.
Embers will hide our footsteps.
Haven't we already seen a trumpeter?
A solo to you. What would you like to hear? Leaf, this is my last suggestion.
Wind player. What attack increases when unblocked? We've already seen both of these guys. Why are they showing us again?
Bad luck. You ran into me. Need speed to succeed.
Ah, we were one off, huh?
Can your eyes keep up? The concert, liberty, and sunlight all around us. Feels fresh every time when someone gives me. Come on, let's pick up the pace. face! Feels fresh every time when someone gives me orders.
Oh, using it once resets it, I see. Then we'll just have blue poison sit here, I guess. Ow!
Why obsess over rhymes? Poetry is woven with the thread of ideas.
That was a lot of attack. These guys can't escape. It's futile.
Poison. What would you like? Liberty and sunlight all around us. I wait for that belated I wait. Alas, but tying your legs together won't let you fly.
Who would have thought being hit by a clarinet would be so deadly? So painful.
Mission accomplished.
They're using the battle music in the story. It's flawless transition. What the hell is that? The Witch King's spire? Is that the Witch King's Is that the Witch King's spire? The Witch King is back! That terrifying tyrant, that evil caster, he's back! Stop! Don't turn back, don't push! Ah, well, where would we even run? This is the punishment that the great Arknights is laying down on us. Burn, burn! What are you doing? You're attracting the flames. It's all over anyway. Why even bother lying to ourselves anymore? Pretending to have dignity. Put out the fire. Put it out. In formation. No, it's coming this way. The entire school is... There's no stopping it. The black flames engulf everything in their wake. Laughter, sobbing, nothing is spared. As the sound of thunder rips through the air, the thick layers of clouds above descend lower and lower, almost becoming one with the strange spire above them. Some of the older students remember the history books that they happened to have read. Deep inside the spire, the ones that went unburned. They said that during the Battle of the Four Emperors, Arknights brought an originium storm that ripped apart the skies above the battlefield, swallowing an entire Gaulish landship fleet at once. And now, at that very same location, there remains a terrifying rift deep in the catastrophe clouds, the screams of the sleepless dead reverberating within. Rip everyone. Yeah, if Brant lowering his magic just killed everyone, maybe it wasn't worth it. Maybe Viviana was, worthy sacrifice.
Ergestatvasha, that curtain isn't going to hold. The students are trying to escape. We can't stop them. Everyone has seen the spire. Sooner or later, the news will spread. We should...
9. Lower the curtain. Concentrate all your energy on dealing with the black flames.
It isn't working.
This assault was more than enough to decimate a vanguard of Kajimersian campaign knights.
Erkevshorn's enchantments are not so easily removed. As the legend goes, the way he used arts was fundamentally different from other casters. During the Battle of the Witch King's Spire years ago, only the Kaiserinnen were able to perform their melodies unimpeded. All other casters failed.
That spire. We must lay siege to it and take care of the problem at its source.
Brant, do you hear that? The lightning has stopped. She's here. We're saved.
Everyone defend. The clouds begin to crack. There is no sound, no shaking, and no omen of any kind. A bolt of purple-black lightning simply crashes down from high above. Likewise, it is not accompanied by any kind of flashy explosion or shocking roar. It merely pierces the spire's body and crushes the seemingly impenetrable tower, layer after layer from top to bottom. By the time the first pieces of rubble reaches the ground, the reborn Witch King Spire has already ceased to be, as though it had never existed in the first place. Finally, the earth starts trembling, as though reacting to the spire's fall. Behold the wall of arts, or behind the wall of arts conjured by the Imperial casters, the crowd stands in terror with their eyes open wide. At the highest point of the ruins, they see a figure holding a sword emitting purple-black sparks of lightning.
Herkenshaw's shadow is no longer permitted to shroud Lithanian soil, especially not that of a fake.
Dang, she's pretty cool.
We're certainly dealing with a fake, but isn't it really quite remarkable how easily his expectations were shattered? A shame she's just like her blonde twin. Those souls were molded by arts enchantments, and I'm afraid there are few ripples that I can perform with.
It's over. What your plans were for the Gestaltsvacha is now irrelevant. You have failed.
Is that so? Federico, you are as impatient as ever. The climax of a piece is never its end.
Arteria spreads her arms and falls backward into the air behind the railing. Then the remains of a sculpture lift her up, and she quickly rises even higher.
I'll be waiting for you at the end of the stairs. Just what happened? The chamber rose and then... I grabbed you and jumped.
That's right. You jumped without hesitation, without even checking on your poor old grandfather.
There's no way anything would happen to you.
You heartless little runt. Grimmacht really didn't hold back with her sword. If I hadn't pulled you two out in time, you would have been buried in the dirt alongside those masked men.
What about Gerhard? Is he dead?
He ran, but he won't get far. His body can't withstand Erkevshorn's arts. He'll collapse in no time, like an infected with rapidly deteriorating symptoms.
So my body really can't become the Genesis Horn's vessel. The sound. Hello, Air Scholar. You're waiting for me? Correct. I visited this school just for you. If you don't mind me asking, why, or would you be willing to allow my melody to accompany you as you reach the end of your life? Donka. To Lithanian, there's nothing more romantic than dying to the sound of beautiful music. My only regret is that Grimnock came too soon and I didn't get to meet Erkenshorn. He didn't awaken, and there was no one to answer my question. If he was truly so great, then why was he killed by mere men like us? And why must I carry the burden of that decision? In the end, you remain tormented by regret. But Air Scholar, if you have never truly been free, why must you regret over the past decisions? I'm not free. Your tattered, weary heart is now laid bare before me. I can feel everything you feel. On the night of the battle at the spire, your heart was filled with spite toward the tyrant. But aside from that, there was no doubt. There was also doubt. Of course, the man I was about to kill, Herkenshorn, was the rightful ruler of Lithanian. Then what planted the seeds of that emotion? You mean, what influenced me to think that? Are you implying that someone was telling me to look up to Lithanian's king? I visited many places and collected a variety of music. I found that although each of them has a unique style, they all share some commonalities in their origin, and Lithanians in particular is the most classical of them all. Their country was born from a movement, a melody blending together 10 tribes, different cultures. When language proves to be a barrier, music is the only means to communicate. But why is that? Why would different wills produce similar experiences from the same melody? Is there some kind of power binding both you and us? Right. Why do conflict and crisis always repeat in an endless spiral? Why is it so hard to change Lithanian? I know, your music is telling me that what I've always known. It's just that power is keeping me from finding it. I'll have the answers in my hands. My teacher never lied to me. The Golden Melody, Lithanians will. All of us Lithanians are trapped. It's so true. I've never really had a choice. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. Thank goodness. The scholar realizes that he is once again standing at the highest point of Ludwig's Universität. This is the first time in 23 years that he's earnestly gazed at the sunset outside. The clouds are fluffy, and although they're completely soaked in blood, they yet maintain their original shapes. This is Lithanian's evening glow. Gerhard Hoffmann notices that his body and the golden gestalts have fallen together on the spiral staircase, while his consciousness drifts out the window with the melody and dissolves into the clouds. He has never felt so free. Stay quiet for a moment. I want to let his emotions linger at my fingertips for a little longer. I've heard that you call yourself An executioner. You've witnessed so many deaths, but have you ever truly touched the last bout of emotion that bursts forth at their final moments?
An executor is more concerned about the deceased's last testament.
You make the living believe that their wills will be carried out even after death, while I allow their most splendid emotions to live on in music. Both of us substantiate the meaning of having lived. We just go about it in different ways.
I am here to execute my final mission and nothing more. I have no need to listen to a sinner's sophistry.
We're family, and haven't seen each other for so long. Can't you at least hold a proper conversation, Federico? Who's to say I won't die tomorrow?
You intentionally put yourself in danger. It would not be entirely surprising if you did.
I wouldn't find it surprising either. We're all bound to die. When we do, our bodies give nutrients back to the land and become a part of new life. It is the meaning of our flesh. It's the circle of life. But what about the meaning of our wills? When our consciousness fades, they will return to chaos. So what separates the living from the dead, from one person from another, and us from the sunset and the breeze? It's our emotions, Federico. If there's meaning to our lives outside of our bodies, if there truly is something that can resist the destined chaos, then it is only this very moment, all that I feel in the melody transmuted from those feelings. That's why, as long as I still breathe, I can't stop playing.
I am required to apprehend wanted criminals, but if necessary, I can also pull the trigger.
Oh, I don't doubt that. It'll happen one day, and there's no doubt it will be Federico Giallo who kills Arturia Giallo. But do you think that daylight can kill the dark night? Order can kill chaos, and reason can kill emotion?
Layering metaphors cannot cover up the essential truth. You are a criminal, and I am an executor. I pursue you in order to fulfill the contract. That is my duty.
You believe uncertainty can be a kind of emotion. That's why you're always seeking answers through rational analysis, but it's not your rationality that leads you to me again and again. It's your confusion. You saw and heard it yourself. Today, countless lives were lost in chaos. If only you'd followed my advice and given up on me, instead lending your aid to that envoy of the Empress. With your skills and how sharp you are, you could have easily found the one hiding in the shadows, manipulating the chaos. But again and again you chose to prioritize looking for me.
You are where my duty lies. I will not regret my decision.
I know you won't, but look, now you've caught me. So, satisfy my curiosity, Federico. Do you feel no satisfaction right this very moment?
Why do all the casters drop in? Are they crawling on the ceiling? Caesar.
So you people came to
Recover the golden Gestats as well. Arturia is my target. Herr Federico Giallo, executor of the Lateranos Carias Fifth Tribunal. It's extremely likely that the Sancta before you has committed what amounts to the highest offense in Lithanian. She must come with us for our investigation. I thought the Gendarmerie was in charge of the upcoming inquest. It's the Kaiserin's orders to take Arturia. Does that mean that you cannot guarantee Arturia will be dealt with according to the law? Yeah, as I said, these are the Kaiserin's orders. I have sent a total of 27 explanatory letters, in addition to repeating my mission objective to the now deceased officer in charge, Loris Borden. In that case...
Frau Jonas, would it be possible for Herr Executor to participate in Arturia's interrogation?
That is not part of my orders. To Lithanian, Arturia is the most dangerous criminal. No one is allowed to be anywhere near her without Her Majesty's explicit permission.
Then I...
That includes you.
What?
Let's go.
We'll meet again, Federico. Or will we meet again, Federico, before my consciousness fades away? Jonas, the girl is a coolest executor in Grimlock's Spire. How did she get here so fast? Did Grimlock... I'll talk to her, Executor, don't you want to chase after them?
If Lithanian can ensure that Arturia will never commit a crime again, my highest priority mission objective will be considered complete. However, as she said, I have no satisfaction in this. I wonder what's like, this feels like the end of a story, you know? But this is like level 5. So what's gonna happen next? It has become much quieter outside the spire, yet the black flames continue to burn. Viviana has forgotten which floor of the spire she is on. The spiral stairs all look the same. Her candlelight flickers a few times before finally going out. Well, Frau Drosta?
Him? Why are you still here?
I'm in pretty bad shape. At least this way, I won't be a bother to the kids.
You were burned by the black flames. Half your body is...
It's fine. I'm glad I got to see you again. By seeing you, I can at least confirm that I haven't turned into some kind of monster that walks even in death. The disaster's been averted, right? The Empress's voice, the Gestaltsvanscha, they're all here, right? Are the Witch King's remains all dead? And the students safe?
I suppose so. It's strange. I saw the captain just now. Herr Loris Borden. He said I did pretty well and did the Gendarmerie proud.
Once the ceremony's over, my mother will get the Kaiserin's black gold medal.
But that's only for those who have fallen.
It's hopeless for me, right?
I don't want to lie to you.
Mein Dame, when I see you looking at me like that, it doesn't hurt so much anymore. Your candlelight is so warm. When I first got to Zwillingstürme, I nearly gave up. I couldn't keep up with how exhausting the training was, day after day. Only when I saw that tiny light you held in the arena, lighting up every one of my... He did not deserve to fall into eternal slumber on these spiral stairs. If he could have just a little more light, a little more warmth. Viviana knows that she is not a lighthouse, but she is capable of that much.
Auf Wiedersehen, Pim. May this candlelight accompany you as you drift into the eternal slumber.
Grimlock's envoy said she is up ahead. Step aside, Cora. I'll take care of the rebel here first.
Let me do it. You've already... Wait, there's footsteps. Viviana. Frau Lowenstein. And Herr Rainer.
Good.
Mynheer. Let him get some rest. Raising the curtain by force took a toll on his body. But he's still standing. He never did let himself collapse in front of so many. Brandt's really worn himself out all these years. Before the battle, he saw me as my father. That's always weighed heavily on his mind. 23 years ago, House Hochberg suffered great losses at the Witching Spire, and because of his position as Gestansvater, Brandt wasn't able to come to his aid in time. Because of that, Ernst, his closest friend and heir to the Hochbergs, perished in battle. That's also why your father, Werner, had to succeed him as Kurfürst. The remorse he felt towards Ernest and Werner has been eating away at his soul all this time. And today, when forced to choose between destroying the Sonata Spire and saving you, he chose you. I never imagined. I knew he'd make that choice. I'd have done the same. I was so scared back there. I prepared to make any sacrifice if necessary, but you, not you. I'm glad we didn't lose you. I'm one of the lucky ones. On my way here, I came across many who've passed away. I did my best, but I wasn't able to rescue everyone. The casters will figure out how to eliminate the black flames. The victims will be taken care of. Things will get better. They won't have suffered for nothing. This place will be completely different tomorrow. I'll make sure you get to see that for yourself, Viviana. I promise. What a beautiful sunrise.
Barrier. We know a thing or two about your arts, my dame. Now, neither you nor your cello are capable of making a sound. Silent humming.
You made up your mind. The voice of the mundane. I've been dying to have someone take it away. If you've got no plans to use it as a bomb, then be my guest. So you finally believe me. I admit I owe you an apology and a word of thanks. If it wasn't for you, then I might not be Ebenholz right now, but some other thing. So please spare me all this nonsense about trust or what have you. I'd rather not see you pounce on me and knock me out with a sword the moment I spit out the words I trust you. I wasn't planning to, for now. Well, that's nice. Someone's playing the cello. They're mourning the victims with music. It was like this when I first met Gerhard. He told me that through music the wills of the dead are carried out through us. He was so quiet and gentle. I really thought he was. I'm an idiot, aren't I? I couldn't even see through their masks. I couldn't even see who was controlling my life. How I wish I could be more like. No matter how many obstacles he encountered, he never lost hope. He even smiled as he... This piece. What's wrong? Who's playing the cello up there? The dormitory isn't far. Maybe a student. That's impossible. Calm down. We can't expose ourselves yet. That's exactly the same How could it be exactly the same?
The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lits by in song. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope.
Why did you learn to play that?
Oh, nothing special, really.
Not your technique, you fool, your emotions. Where did you learn to play this cello piece almost exactly like he did?
No
one else played like him. I checked over and over after he died. I've been to so many places and listened to even more musicians play that same piece. Who was your teacher?
Arturia. My teacher's name is Arturia.
Is she a sancta? A sancta with very long hair who dresses plainly.
Do you know her too? I saw her just today. She told me to keep practicing here without worrying about the sounds outside. Wait, this girl was practicing this whole time? The Witch King's spire erupted out of the ground and she didn't care.
Without worrying about the sounds. That sancta, is she a remnant of the Witch King too?
No, that's impossible. She's very kind.
Where is she? I need to see her. I need to question her myself. Another headache. Did you know, Lessing? Her and I, everything in our lives was given to us by others. Our pain, our joy, our despair. So even our hope, I don't know if I actually want that answer. Have you thought it through?
Oh, what is there to think about? The school was burnt down by Herkampfschorn's embers. I could miss it all I want, but that wouldn't bring it back. I've forgotten. How long have I been in Lithuanian? 500 years? Longer? When I first got here, there was nothing. No nomadic cities, no spires, no nobles. Back then, everyone lived in the forest by the lakes. They lit fires to eat and used rocks to shelter from the wind.
To us, a few decades are more than enough for a city to rise and fall, a man to go from young to old, for a pair of close companions to have a falling out and go their separate ways.
That's right. It's been but an instant this place went from Venduin to Zwillingstürme. I wonder what the city will be called next. When that lamb with the rotten luck and a brain full of nothing but melodies is taken care of, I'll fulfill my promise to you. After that, I'll take my stroll around the town.
And once that's done,
We'll leave. Tell the nobles they can have a good night's sleep for once.
I've already explained it to them long ago.
Explained what? That liches aren't like vampires and don't get involved with military commission business? So they can rest easy that this place won't be the next Londinium? Do you really believe they simply don't understand, Grimnock? And are you really so whimsically unaware of who stands behind those nobles that want to chase the liches out? You two can deal with the fallout afterwards. The liches have indeed stayed here far too long. Knowledge should never have taken the side of any one nation or race. Do you even know how many Lithuanian terms our brats use in these writings these days? It's absolutely outrageous. We should have left when Herkampfschorn brought the farm. This is just a belated farewell.
The white-haired lich lifts his hand. As though having been granted permission, a large number of slender silhouettes appear beneath the setting sun. Perhaps they've been standing there the whole time. They are simply masquerading as ordinary students and faculty. However, from this moment onwards, they are no longer concerned with how different they are from other Lithanians. The liches all raise their hands. Countless paper-thin strands of silk extend from their bodies and into the dark clouds up above. Then a radiance like starlight comes falling down. Looking up, many of the students see the sunset, the night, and the sunrise all at once. Within that brimming radiance, the dark flames on the earth are extinguished without a sound. Not long after, the silk-threaded shadows all disappear into the dreamlike rain. Ever since, no more trace of liches could be found in Lithanian spires. Liches are goofy.
To drive them away with fire is easily done. But if we're to ensure
They literally
they'll
all
never
just
come
flew
back
away.
down, then a fire is not enough.
And now we have a intermezzo, unfinished fugue, which maybe will explain what's happening next, because I feel like it's yeah. That felt like its own story. So I don't know what's happening now. This unfinished fugue has no ending, just as the dark conspiracies have not traced their conclusion or reached.
The rising of Uthika's secret chambers destroys the original plate of Ludwig's Universitat. Coupled with the influence of Erkenschorn's arts, the school can no longer function normally. For now, the Empress's voice have taken over the cleanup operation of the Gendarmerie. Unaffected students and faculty have been relocated to neighboring Ostendorfhof. The cleanup will take about a week. Thereafter, they will be able to return to campus.
No need. Ludwig Universitat's library will be relocated to New Leopoldshof and fall under the purview of the Rijksmuseum. Other campuses and faculties will be merged into the Rijkskunstakademie. Oh, Academy, okay. Rijkskunstakademie in Backseating. The Gesatzwache will be in charge of disposing of all the remaining plates belonging to Utica.
But then Ludwig's Universitat will become history. Your Majesty, are you surprised? When I received the summon, I thought... You thought I would be Lisa Lota. My apologies. You did well. Lisa Lota thinks very highly of you. Dankeschön, Your Majesty, if you hadn't graced us with your presence yesterday. It's behind us. No need to speak of it again. Your Majesty, there is one other thing. Oh. Arteria, the vaunted Sancta. I bumped into her, and she mentioned my father. I would like to know if she had something to do with his death. If you would permit me. We've been over this, Hochberg. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gestalts has been closed.
Brant. Your Majesty, you are here as well. Have you come to see Cora? She is currently rehearsing in the Golden Gestalts. The delay caused by the Witch King's remains has us all worried about tomorrow's performance. Rest assured, the movement is flawless at all times. Cora said the same. How long have you been without a break? Why not take a vacation after the celebration? You could go back to Sturmland together, not as a Reichsorchester, but a tuner and not as a Reichsorchester tuner and Gestaltwatcher, but as Cora and Brant. This is a reward, not a punishment, for mopping up the Witch King's remains. You and Viviana have done fine work. I've taken notice. Just remember that opportunity doesn't last forever. Some things must be said before it's too late. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reminder. And another thing. I'll need at least 20 Gestaltwatches for tomorrow's celebration. What? Does Grimmacht know about this? Every year, Das Kaiserinnenfest begins with the Reichsorchester's performance of the Golden Gestalts, and ends with my duet with Hildegard. I wonder, this year, will the people still appreciate our performance? I have no doubt, Your Majesty. Could I ask you a question, Brant? By all means. Assume your most prized possession has a crack in it. Would you turn a blind eye to it, pretend you didn't notice?
You're going to leave Zwillingstürme?
Arcturia is under control. I will return to Laterano and report to His Holiness the Pope. We will subsequently seek formal legal cooperation with Lithanian.
All right, but I should remind you, tomorrow is the Das Kaiserinnenfest. Zwillingstürme will be very lively. Young people from other regions, even other countries, will all join in the merrymaking.
Correct. I had noticed an increase in foot traffic.
And so I wanted to ask Executor, won't you stay just one more day?
Please explain why I do that.
Well, Arturia has been apprehended, the copy of the Golden Gestalts has been recovered, and the Witch King's remains have been more than or less wiped out. It seems like everything's all taken care of, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Grimmacht says I have a unique sense for danger. I mean, of course, it might just be my imagination.
For matters pertaining to internal Lithanian affairs, I suggest you confer with your Empress.
She's been too busy to see me today.
Then why? So that's why you have time to escort me out of this city. I had assumed this was an official duty.
Duty? No, it's not my duty to monitor you. And having come all the way to Zwillingstürme, wouldn't you like to stay a bit longer? Make some new friends, see the sights?
Friends and sights.
If you're looking at... Are you looking at that coffee shop?
I could try the drink Loris recommended before I leave. Herr Sancta! You are Yulia's brother, Jan. Do you work at this coffee shop? Yeah, I need coffee. Alright. Can't read. Yeah, I need to save money so I can study abroad when I'm ready. I thought I'd never see you again. I've heard that the executors of the Lateran Notarial Hall come out of the wills of carry out the wills of Lateran citizens. Is that right? An acceptable summary. And you also solve cases? So long as it's part of a binding document, I will do everything in my power to carry it out. Wunderbar. Luors left me a key before he died. He said there were clues about my sister's case in his house. But I'm not a detective after all, and I wasn't sure who to give it the key to. This is the residence of Loris Borden.
This is a home in Zwillingstürme. You've barely known Lord Borden for an afternoon, and he left you his entire house?
What he left me are clues to a case. Look, the wall, the table, the drawers, everywhere. There are all clues regarding Julia Schuler, the girl who disappeared over 10 years ago. And a letter. Loris claimed to have accepted defeat, but actually he never gave up on the case.
I almost forgot that you're a case-solving machine. Even if they made you a graph and granted you the tallest spire in Zwillingstürme, you'd hardly blink, would you?
A false premise, that is. There is no precedent for a Lateran saint being conferred a title by another country.
And what do you have to do? And what do you have to do with Lateran sainthood? Are you suggesting that Air Executor bears the title of saint?
Yes.
Like the founders and the Pope?
I am unclear on what you mean by like in this context, but nominally, yes.
I may need to reevaluate our need to monitor you, Air Saint.
You are an executor to the Empress. I had assumed you had some familiarity with my background.
I thought I did too.
But do not worry. Whether or not I hold the title of saint is not particularly relevant to my work in Lithuanian. My executorial duty is to capture Arturia, as well as executing the wills of Lateran citizens. As the Arturia case is on temporary hold, fulfilling the will of Loris Borden is my next objective.
Was that hesitation? I've never seen you hesitate before.
I still have questions about the Arturia case.
What questions?
I need to think. Federico looks at the piano to the side of the room. Like most Lithuanians, Loris had musical instruments in his home. Moreover, judging from the many files and folders on his bench, he did not play the piano often. Simply tap the black and white keys in a certain rhythm, and a melody will be created. People have taken such immediate feedback for granted, but there are still many questions that once sprouted. Yet there are still many questions that, once sprouted, are pushed away unanswered.
The piece you just played, is it the one from yesterday at Ludwig's Universität?
Der Tod des Hexenkönigs. Arturia interpreted the emotions of Loris Borden and Brant Rayner, as well as others who witnessed the Witch King's demise. She turned their strongest feelings into notes, creating this piece. I wanted to know what she discovered in those emotions.
The notes may be the same, but the feelings are so different. Herr Executor, are you and Arturia really related by blood? If misplaying an instrument were a crime, you might well be arrested as soon as you step out of the door.
I did not play a single note wrong.
But there was no emotion whatsoever. You can't grasp music by memorizing its rules. You have to picture the emotion it conveys. For example, Loris Borden, you have to become him. Imagine the night he charged into the Witch King's spire. Picture how he became a hero, how crestfallen he was by Julia's case, and...
When you're finally forced to doubt yourself, and find yourself wavering, lost like me,
you'll realize that you need a strength, a reason. And that's when you'll discover that the law offers no guidance.
I was like, Clement, who's Clement? Oh, Clement is the deer guy from Orte de Escapismo. Why do barriers never cease to be? Is mankind doomed to never understand one another? The tiniest chaos is enough to shatter the order. The moment confusion envelops, people begin to hurt one another. What was the Pope's voice again? I guess just an old man? I don't remember.
Every era has its own trials and tribulations, for which we can only prepare to the best of our ability. And certainly, it is certain, however, that you have been chosen because it believes that you have the ability to respond to the unknown. You are well aware that there is another beside yourself, very unique among the Sancta. Bring her back, if possible. I need to meet with her face to face.
Fide, your whole life, you have been different from all the others. Can you really not see everything I see in music? Thanks to Gremacht, both my ears and my soul have been saved. I failed attempt, I take it. Let's not try that again. We have to acknowledge that some people simply lack the talent for music.
Yes, I cannot emphasize with Loris or anyone else, nor do I see the illusions created by the notes. But I do have realized I guess we just dropped the do, but I have realized that emotions are also information.
What do you mean by that?
As you said, Arturia's performances are completely different from mine. The notes arranged in order have no inherent meaning, but with added emotion, they become a piece of music beloved by our people. And so, I have come to understand that emotion is a kind of additional information. Arturia played her music, playing the hearts of Loris and others, to extract information from their powerful emotions that even they themselves could not retrieve. This is something only Arturia can do. Her objective has not yet been achieved, nor will she abandon it. There will be even greater chaos in the coming days here in Zwillingstürme.
Are you certain?
I could spend my time explaining the finer logic to you, but I assess that you will find it difficult to share my thought process. As such, I suggest you consider my conclusion as a kind of intuition.
Herr Executor, there is someone you should see. She can help you.
Congratulations, you're about to be rid of me. What, I shouldn't say such things? What would you rather hear? Mockery, anger, curses? Or a seemingly invincible enemy pulled straight from a story begging for mercy before their departure from the stage? Don't forget, you wanted to see me. Whenever you have doubts, you unconsciously seek out my voice. You want to hear me deny you, and then in denying me, you can win some silly comfort for yourself. It is not I who need you, you need me. Bloodline of Urtica, Franz Ebenholz, without me, what does your future hold?
It's done.
What do you mean? What's done?
I've removed the voice of Mundane from your head.
But
nothing happened, is that it? It could never summon the Genesis horn in the first place. It's like watching a crowd of people nervously gathering to light a fuse and blow Zwillingstürme up, only to hear a soft pop, like a Gloomfincher's depressing fart.
Also, I thought this guy flew away. Why is he back?
But didn't you say that the melody of the Witch King could open the door to the Genesis horn?
Yes, the right melody. Do you think you can open a locked door with an old key? Don't compare my research on Erkenschorn to the pile of rubbish they stuffed into your brain. Those idiots and their infected bombing couldn't manage a thing. The voice of mundane. Do the people who come up with this stuff even know the difference between a proper creation and a belch? Was it Gerhard who filled your head with all of this? Would you mind if I dug him up and knocked him around a bit more?
But they told me that the voice of mundane housed the Witch King's avatar.
Avatar? Avatar? That'd be like me rolling my soul into a ball and tossing it into an amphitheater beneath the spire for you stupid lambs to kick about. You really think that can be done? That's enough, boy. I'm in a bad mood, a positively rotten one. I thought by doing this one last favor for Grimmock, I'd be able to take my things and finally be rid of this wretched place. Who would have thought that those masked morons would make me a fool? No, they made me a whole circus. I should have Ermengarde look me over. See if a lich's age has any effects on his brain.
Shout out to Ermengarde.
He said, the voice of the mundane is just noise. It is certainly a melody left by the Witch King, that's true, but Gerhard and his men misunderstood its power. It isn't the key to the Witch King's legacy. Then what about the voice in my head? I don't understand the arts behind it. The problem with the voice of mundane has been resolved. You may still suffer headaches and hallucinations, but I suspect they won't be so bad going forward. Just to be safe, you should stay here and rest a while. Then leave Zwillingstürme after Das Kaiserenfest. So the voice is just my imagination? After all these years, all of my struggles were just in my head, in the somewhat more figurative sense. Apparently, I have nothing whatsoever to do with any grand plans or those lofty conspirators. And to speak of killing myself before I went mad, I've been mad for a long time.
But like, the Witch King did return in Lingering Echoes. That happened. There was like an avatar of the Witch King there.
I don't have time to discuss this with you. Right. Your grandfather said that the rubbish in my head tainted the research of Erkenschorn, so I care about me, an inferior product, particularly after we've known that none of this power lies within me. I can't summon a catastrophe cloud with a wave of my hand, nor can I cleave a spire with a swing of a sword. What do you want? The power is still there. Since you've removed the voice of mundane, why not kill me? The voice of mundane is not the key, meaning I'm no use to the twin empresses. Why not burn me and mine to ashes, with like all the experiments of the Witch King era? Because there is no need, is that it? Then what about my brother? He died because of a stupid plan like, to borrow a phrase, like a Gloomfincher's depressing fart. Such nonsense, such irony. He was grateful, right up until he died, grateful for our meeting, grateful for the instructor who taught him the cello. But our meeting was exploited by Gertrude. The teacher he admired was mixed up with the Witch King's remains. Huh. And now you tell me the voice of mundane was all a wacky misunderstanding the entire time? So we lived, died, met, parted, all for the what? Where's the meaning of any of it? Alright, if you want an answer, I'll tell you. You're right, there is no meaning to any of it. Set aside the Urtica name. Without the voice of mundane, you're nothing but a self-absorbed, self-harming, self-destructive empty shell of a pretty boy. Perfect. You finally did it. Now take up your arts unit. Why not unwrap the bandages on your sword? That would make this execution go even smoother. The man before me is unworthy of it. Even now, you just have to humiliate, then fight back, prove me wrong by your actions. Yeah. You loathe that bloodline of the Witch King, but have you ever sought to out the victims of his persecution, to make amends, to help them, to compensate them? You loathe the title of Grath Urtica, but have you ever looked into the safety of the commoners, taken note of the decline of your domain, caught between the twin empresses and the Witch King's remains? You lament being the only survivor, but have you not been cherishing the life ahead of you? Instead, you constantly throw yourself into danger. You say you are a prisoner of your spire, but who in the end has never looked beyond his cage as anyone else?
The Lessing's sword moves so quickly that dodging is nearly impossible. He's rarely spoken so many words in one breath. At first, Ebenholz had no intention of dodging, but almost instinctively, the oranginium dice float into the air. Art pours out uncontrollably, like fiery rage.
Blood, title, duty, everything was forced upon me by fate. I tried, I stood against it, and in the end, you can tell me there was never any need to. Why? Why did I have to go through all of this, when I'm a nobody at all?
Lessing's sword presses against Ebenholz's throat. The oranginium dice fall to the side. The battle is over. The outcome is a surprise to no one.
Our fight against fate never belonged to any of us, so what does the suffering we've endured even count for? I never received a noble's education, and I don't even throw around words like fate. I only know that all the suffering is real. I've seen street hawkers beaten by the gendarmerie in the alleys. I've seen old men freeze to death on the roadside after losing their farmland to the rural nobility. They'll never see the Witch King, the Twin Empresses, or the Kurfürsten in their life. They'll never have the time or energy to contemplate suffering or meaning. That's life in the shadow of the spires. For the great masses of Lithanian, no one can overcome an abstract concept. If you want revenge, choose a concrete target. The Witch King, the Twin Empresses, the still living remnants. We have to survive, and we don't stop until our own blood, or that of our enemies, runs dry. Fight. The Witch King's legacy still exists, wherever it is. Enemies shrouded in darkness may find it at any moment, and use it to unleash suffering on the great masses once again. You can stay in this spire and continue lamenting your fate, or you can challenge me again and die by my hand. Or you can join me in seeking the Witch King's legacy. Help me find the true culprit who may still be alive in some form. Choose.
Ebenholz feels the sword against his throat, still wrapped in bandages. Were it not wrapped, he would have smelled blood. Of course, this does not mean that Lessing can't kill him. The warrior's expression is cold, but his eyes burn with anger. Why is he angry? Why does he still have expectations for a man like him?
Would you kindly pass my art unit? Why are they here?
Frau Hochberg, what is it you're looking for?
Sketches. Frida Siemens drawings. Since Herr Rainer and I left, has anyone else been in this room?
No suspicious individuals, mind I'm. After you and Herr Gestaltsvacher left, the Imperial casters carefully inspected the entire alley. After confirming no traces of the Witch King's remains and no dangerous witchcraft or items, they left. Are the drawings you're looking for involved in some important case?
A case.
Viviana recalls Grimmock's words. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gestalts has been closed.
No. It's merely personal. Frau Siemens' work is incredibly beautiful. It always invokes some marigold memories in me. Please don't alert the others, though. I don't want too many people to know I've been here.
Of course, rest assured, the Gendarmerie will never disclose your movements.
So lovely. Marigolds, sunlight, such beautiful things tend to inspire creativity and nurture emotion. No wonder so many Lithuanian artists love this alley. Werner von Hochberg, he was obsessed with it until the day he died. Might you be Frau Giallo? Weren't you taken away by Grimmock's casters? I'm certainly not here. And you didn't really bump into your father back there either. This is all in your imagination. Is this also an effect of your arts? You're rather skilled in Oranginium arts yourself. What do you think? I haven't noticed anything unusual. People often misunderstand my arts. The truth is, I can't do very much at all. People are just ignorant of their own hearts, or even if they do know, they're unwilling to face themselves. I told you the first time we met, my melodies resonate with the emotions deep inside the human heart, and once they ripple, they are hard to ignore. It's you who wants to change your father's fate? The one talking to you now? Well, I'm afraid it's you yourself. Is that so? You yearn to know the cause of your father's death. You fear that the conspiracy of the Witch King's remains is not yet through. You suspect that the farce performed at Ludwig's Universität was just a diversion. You wonder if perhaps the Kaiserinnen wanted to kill the girl first. 9. But you see, you can't hold back the birth of this thought. If your father was standing here, what would he do? My father, he wouldn't do anything. He would accept fate's plan and turn away. Even though he would go on to live with endless pain and regrets. And so, what about you? Would you do the same? He and I. Frau Giallo.
Do not mistake me for that distant relative of mine. There is no need for you to brandish your arts unit in my direction.
This whole area is encircled by Lithuanians' finest gendarmerie. Who are you, Herr Sancta?
I am
I work with Michael.
Michael is a good boy. I guess I can trust you.
That went surprisingly well. At Michael's suggestion, I would like to provide a clue regarding Arturia.
What is it?
There is a high probability that she is planning an even more serious incident. Senora Viviana von Hochberg. It is my hope that we can cooperate and put a stop to her plans.
I'm looking to see if you know what? Maybe I'll go to like Ebonholtz. I gotta figure out this whole voice of Terra versus voice of Mundane thing. Is it just a difference in translation? Maybe his trivia page will talk about it or something. See, his wiki page just says voice of Terra. And the Witch King's page also says voice of Terra. It's very strange. No one's talking about it, because I type in voice of Mundane and nothing comes up. I mean, Ebonholtz comes up. Actually... Oh, you know what? The Game Press page of his says voice of Mundane on his archive file. The wiki page of his says voice of Terra, so I wonder if they changed it in game. I don't have him, so I could not check. But maybe they just, yeah, maybe they just changed it. It's just voice of Mundane now. But the wiki's outdated, even though it's the new wiki. I don't know. I was hoping they'd maybe explain it somewhere. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume it's the same thing, and it's just they changed the translation. I think that's just gonna make it easier on ourselves. Still, I feel like Lessing and Fremont are lying to him. Like, they're trying to gaslight him or something. We saw lingering echoes. He killed Kryda because he was possessed by the Witch King. Valsa Mask. The ball is finally over, and the dancers remove their masks. But why can I still not see your face? Stop knocking on the window still. Are you trying to send a secret message?
As you can see, I'm unable to play my cello because it's been art locked. It is uncomfortable. Unless you would care to join me for a chat.
Absolutely not.
Very well then. I suppose I'll have to wait for another guest.
Try anything funny and we'll bind your arms and legs with arts. My apologies, but Grimmocht has forbidden anyone from entering or from meeting with Arturia.
Not even an Empress's voice.
No exceptions.
Then what about a Viganata's envoy?
A Viganata sent you?
Was that not clear enough? Now this is a surprise. To think you'd be the first to come and see me. This is the second time we've met, Arturia. Oh, but more than that, I would think. How many times have we met in the sound of music? I see your words are as mysterious as your music and yourself. Me, mysterious? On the contrary, I'm far more open and frank than most. So an empress's voice, a paragon of law and order, has come to meet a dangerous felon alone, even going as far as to fake an empress's orders to do so. That must have been quite a bit, taken quite a bit of determination. You knew I wasn't sent by a Viganata. There's nothing she could possibly want to ask me, but you, Viviana, your face is full of question marks. So, what would you like to know from your former enemy? Allow me to guess. You want to know the truth behind your father's death?
Yeah.
That said, I'm not used to answering questions. Do I need to offer you something in exchange? A trade? How about you simply open yourself up to me and allow me to search your heart? That's... Oh, pardon my impertinence. Then let's tell a story together as usual. Once upon a time, there was a child who lived on top of a tower in the middle of a storm. Until the age of 9, she never left her little room in the tower. You know my... Oh, don't give me that look. Like I said, this is simply a story we're telling together. Imagine that you are part of it and reach out to yourself. Very well. Tell me, what is it about the tower that left the deepest impression on the child? The window. It was a small room. The window was small too. You could reach out and touch the cold wet clouds. The storms rarely abate in Sturmland, do they? Yeah, dark lightning often knocked at the window. My mother would hold me, telling me stories and reading me poems in a soft, gentle voice. What about your father? One night a week, he would come to the spire where I lived, bringing me books and teaching me to play instruments. You looked forward to these meetings. Did you leave your room and wait for him at the top of the staircase when it was almost time? When I was little, but I stopped. What happened? The skies were very dark that day. It had been a long time since my father's last visit. I was out of candles and I wanted to find some, so I went further than I usually did. I saw so many children and adults. The music, combined with their laughter, was louder than the thunder. That's when you realize that not every child had to stay in their room like you did, that they could hold their parents' hands and dance and sing to their heart's delight. Yeah. Did you see your father there? Did you look for him? I wanted to, but my mother pulled me back. She covered my ears and tried to cover my eyes too. It hurt a little, but I didn't dare say anything. She brought you back to your little room. Did you look up? 9. I've kept my eyes closed. I heard my mother crying, but I didn't dare look at her. Didn't dare? Yeah. I didn't dare go down these stairs. I didn't dare look for my father anymore. I never looked up again, even after my mother passed away, when my father sent me away from the spire. Why not? My father was a Herbst. He and my mother weren't married. My existence was a secret that would hurt my mother and make things difficult for my father if anyone found out. No, that's not what I'm asking. How did you feel? Me? You weren't the one you were the one trapped in the spire. You were the one forbidden to recognize your father. You were the one who watched your mother pass away. You were the one sent away from home. When you went to Kajimash and decided to become a knight, you held a sliver of expectation. After all, the stories of your childhood, the stories about knights had long been the source of your comfort. But you soon realized you were no more than a puppet of the General Chamber of Commerce. Even your childhood in the spire was boiled down to an exotic label, the Lithanian, an advertisement destined to sell in the markets of both countries. You left the arena after getting on the wrong side of the KGCC. You thought you could finally have a chance to have some peace and quiet, only to be summoned back to Lithanian by a letter from your father. Once again you find your fate written by another, illegitimate child, competition knight, empress's voice. You never chose any of these identities. And it all started on that spire at the top of those stairs. You're right. It's been so many years, but sometimes I feel like I'm still there. Like I've never left it. Once again, think back to the memory that left the deepest impression. That day when your father took your hand and descended the seemingly endless stairs, you didn't look up. I couldn't. If I did, he would see the tear stains on my face and the tears in my eyes. Anger. I already lost my mother. Why are you pushing me away like this? Yeah, I had nothing. Why abandon me? I already lost my mother. Why did I have to lose my father too? Why couldn't I have waited in Marigold Alley just a little longer? Why did you write for me to come back only to leave me again once I returned with open my heart?
Arteria does not answer. She simply gazes at Viviana, at the ripples in the lakes of her eyes. If silence can be considered an expression of sound, then their emotions could resonate even without a melody. Anger, frustration, pain, the same emotions reflected in Arteria's eyes. She sighs and awakens the dreamer from her memory with gentle words.
That's enough story time. First Werner was my friend, Viviana. Our meeting was so ordinary that it's hardly worth mentioning. He was a high noble, but also a sensitive and romantic artist. We spoke often about music. A few months ago, his envoy found me while I was traveling. He knew his days were numbered. All he wanted was to see his beloved again through my music. He wanted to see Mother. Not just Lucinda, but you as well. Werner died or did reminisce about his romance with Lucinda, but he spent even more time in that little room on the spire. Those nights with you and your mother were his only comfort in those painful early days at Herbst. That's how I knew your story. So it wasn't... No, I did not use arts on you. I've already met you countless times, through Werner's eyes, through Werner's mind's eye. You must hear it often, but you really are so much like your father. I know. But it was only when I saw you in person that I realized you're more than just that flickering candle. More than what? You're so much stronger, so much tougher than a candle flame. Now I've told you everything I could. Kurfürst Werner died over the copy of the Golden Gestats. On that matter, you know as much as I do. You told me that he knew his end was coming, which means he knew how he would die. Correct. Protecting the Golden Gestats was his vow to the twins, and his duty as Kurfürst of Sturmland. Whether it was the movement or its loss, the responsibility and blame lie solely on Sturmland. Only by giving his life for it could he protect his loved ones and House Hochberg, all while ridding himself of a ticking time bomb. It was all for the guten Gestatt. I think I understand. One last bit of advice to thank you for your trust and sincerity. When I first saw you, I also saw the shadow behind you, but now it's growing, filling the entire staircase outside. Donkey Autoria for the answers. My dear Viviana, how pitiable, how noble. Will you be swallowed by the shadow?
Woo, I made it.
Move quickly, Eric. I could hardly keep up.
Pardon my excitement. I thought I wouldn't be able to leave Sturmland, but the Emperor's voice delayed the visit.
Color first and succession ceremonies rarely take this long, not since the reign of the Witch King.
Sorry, stop worrying. While in Zwillingstürme, what could be more important than seeing their majesties? Hurry, and we may even secure a seat to the Twin Spires before anyone else arrives. Hey, why is that man not moving? Guten Tag. Are you here for the Das Kaiserinnenfest too?
I suppose so.
Why is your instrument? Where is your instrument then? What are you going to do for the ensemble?
The ensemble?
The ensemble of the Golden Gestratts, the most important part of the ceremony, bathing in the glory of both the Golden Melody and Lithuanian.
This is my master's first time attending. I have his flute with me.
Oh, of course. Do forgive my nosiness. Which Christ do you hail from?
Does it matter?
Oh no, I don't mean to pry, only that it's customary for those from the same Christ to stand together.
I see. Please go ahead. We will follow.
Oh, very good then. I mean, danke, mein Herr. May Grimmock's glory and a Viganata's blessings orbit you like the sun.
Seeing the Twin Emperor's spires for the first time?
Hold on. Okay, I don't know. Anyway.
The white dress of Viganata, the Eternal Grace. The black blade of Grimmock, the austere authority. Their two spires resemble them so very much. The twin spires are Zwillingstürme's namesake. We're the pride of Lithuanian. No matter how beautiful, there are no more than two elaborate cages. An apt metaphor. Das Kaiserinnenfest. They say it's for all the Lithuanians, but only nobles are allowed to join the ensemble at the amphitheater. It is, in effect, a performance of an arts ritual. A ritual? Did you see the bridge connecting the spires? That's where the Twin Empresses play every year. The sound of the pipe organ and violin are amplified by the resonance between the buildings, spreading out to every corner of Zwillingstürme. So it's some kind of arts. The old man told me that it's the work of Erkofshorn, he turned Verduin into a massive arch device and the bell tower at Weinschorf at the center. And the twin empresses have built upon the Witch King's arts. To avoid making the same mistake as him, they set the twin spires as the center of the resonance, effectively turning the entire city and making it virtually impossible to assail the spires from the outside. Anyone wanting to attack the Kaiserin will either need to destroy the entire palace area where the spires are located, or work from within. Spoken like someone who's given thought about planning such an attack. Wait, don't tell me you actually. If we see the gendarmerie or the Emperor's voices, remind me to run faster than you. Quiet! The celebration's about to begin! The people are coming, try to blend into the crowd, don't just stand there like earlier. What about when the ensemble begins? We didn't bring any instruments, unless your sword is a bit more versatile than it looks. If the ensemble begins... I met that distant relative of yours. Exactly as you predicted, she offered a generous lead. Perhaps we really are trapped in some kind of illusions they created. What if the Witch King's remnants aren't trying to use the Golden Geschots to get what the Witch King's legacy, but to use the Witch King's powers to tamper with it? What if their goal has never truly changed? What are you still doing here, mine dame? All the Empress's voices and Zwillingstürme have been summoned to the amphitheater. I'll be on my way. This cell holds a dangerous felon and it is quite far from the amphitheater. I'll need to contact Grimnox. I would not recommend that. A Sancta? What's a Sancta doing here? Let's catch him together, mine dame. He may well be in league with Arturia. Ah! Sorry. I was about to ask your opinion on how to handle this. So if I weren't here, you would have simply done it yourself? My presence here already violates diplomatic protocol. An additional rule being broken is of little consequence, other than in terms of the subsequent cleanup. You are an Empress's voice. Michael has told me of your circumstances. I appreciate your kind gesture. Huh? It was my own decision to visit Arturia. I didn't want my Vaza's death to be meaningless. I didn't want to keep my head down and pretend nothing had happened. I wanted to fight for something, to finally seize my own fate with my two hands. You chose to let Arturia perform your heart's music. 9. The melody was always there, echoing in my heart. I just chose not to listen to it until now. I believe she's telling the truth, that the Golden Geschots is at the heart of the problem. The Imperial casters have recovered the copy of Golden Geschots. However, I have learned that Arturia has an accomplice with whom she was in close contact. The available evidence indicates that this person may not have been the mastermind behind Ludwig's Universtadt's incident. Then we can assume that the Witch King's remnants have already obtained the arts recorded in the copy. The Golden Geschots will be performed by over 10,000 people at the Amphitheater. If the Witch King's remnants are in the crowd, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to share our current findings with Michael. Sure, he might be able to persuade Grimmacht. But that's not enough. We must take action ourselves, even without their Majesty's permission.
The instruments and musicians are in position, Frau Lowenstein.
Very well. Give me a moment while I double-check the amplification arts. You're back, Amelie. Did you forget something? No need to be nervous. This is your first public performance as part of the orchestra. Just hold your instrument steady and focus on the melody. Pay no mind to anyone watching. Oh, it's you. Adjust the direction of that arts unit, will you? Turn it counterclockwise 17 degrees. Yeah, that's how it should sound. But why were you here at this hour? Is a Viganata still concerned about the effect on the performance? Frau Lowenstein, where are the other musicians? At the amphitheater. The performance of the Golden Gestalts will begin in 10 minutes. The Orchestra needs a good start under the direction of the Kaiserin. Only 10 minutes. The Kaiserin's weathercasters have forecasted the exact time of today's sunset as per custom. The performance of the Golden Gestalts will conclude just as the last rays fade. The rehearsal schedule has been hard, but we'll be able to rest once we get through this evening. You too, Viviana. I've been thinking you'll need to find a long-term residence in Zwillingstürme if you're to remain by the Kaiserin's side when this is all over. Would you like to stay at my place? I have a little mansion in Boxhoff. I just had the walls repainted. Brandt planted some vines, which he says goes well with the walls. But to be honest, I'd like a second opinion before I commit. Frau Lowenstein. Cora. Yeah, what is it? How might one stop the performance of the Golden Gestalts? Why do you ask? This performance has been the most important part of the Das Kaiserinnenfest for the last 23 years. So many people are waiting in the amphitheater in front of the spires. I've almost gotten to the bottom of these tragedies. I am sure the enemy's plans has something to do with the Golden Gestalts. They cannot be allowed to succeed. And how did you learn this? Have you told a Viganata? I don't know who to trust. I can't stop thinking about who killed my father. You suspect their majesties. You're an empress's voice, Viviana. Who's there? A friend. He's keeping watch.
The Empress's casters are coming.
So soon?
It will take more than 10 minutes to neutralize them. Seems like my bitrate's falling, but I'm not sure I think... Can't tell if the stream's actually acting up or not. It's green for now. The performance of the Golden Gestalts is about to begin.
Don't fight them. I'll be with you, Viviana, no matter what you do. You believe me? Do you even need to ask? Besides, I can't let you put yourself in danger. You want to stop the Orchestra from playing the Golden Gestalts, right? I'll take you there. They've gone out.
What?
The candles on the stairs. The room is so much darker now, don't you think?
What are you doing? Stay away from the door.
There are less people out there now. They have gone after that lovely Empress's voice.
Frau Hochberg is suspected to have fallen under your influence. She will be taken into custody until the conclusion of the celebration. It was a mistake to allow her to meet with you.
A mistake, you say? You knew the new Empress's voice was the daughter of the Herbst and had the favor of a Viganada. Compared to working in Grimmock's Dark Spire, you clearly show more interest in the twin, the White Spire. So you let the Empress's new favorite come in without the proper checks, just to curry favor with her.
What are you babbling about?
But you soon realized the danger. Let me guess, Viviana did something unbefitting of her status after she left, didn't she? Now you're afraid. Grimmock and her executors will not tolerate such a gross error. You would lose any chance of promotion, perhaps even your freedom. So why did you make such a second mistake then?
What? Music, how can this be? Grimmock, please, 9, spare me. I can't listen.
Too late. There are just so many instruments in Lithuanian. Your arts units, like your souls, are laid bare before me.
You're knocking.
You dared not carry your instruments within my presence, so you left them outside the door, but in your haste, you forgot your protective arts. You forgot that vibrations can be transmitted. The tiniest tremor of a string, and you're hearing music.
Check my crown, would you? Yeah. Your fingers are cold. Sorry, how about this? That better? You've been clutching your sword all day. Its chill has rubbed off on you. It's time. We should head to the bridge. Hildegard. Yeah, what is it? Am I pretty today? As always. So, okay, I think they've got 2 names. I think they have actual names. And then they've got, like, royal names. So I think Grimmock and Viganata are royal names. But their actual names are Hildegard and Liselota, or whatever it was.
Grimnacht. Viganada.
Your wolf cub is here.
Go first, Liselota. The people are waiting.
We've always walked out onto the bridge together.
Nothing is obliged to stay the same forever. I'll find you before the performance begins. So why are you here? I thought you preferred it down below. I have an urgent matter to report. Bring my violin. We'll talk on the way. 9. Please, you must order the celebration to be halted. The Witch King's remnants are in the crowd, planning a massive attack.
Proof.
Please, just give me a little time. I'll find the proof.
You needn't be so brash, Michael. That reckless Sancta has changed you.
Frederico, the Lateran executor believes that a large-scale incident is in the works, and it has something to do with Arturia. We should interrogate her. What does she know about the Golden Gestats? Who are her supporters? What she and her accomplices are planning? As long as the performance of the Golden Gestat can be delayed, I can...
I see you believe the celebration to be a mere festivity. The Kazarinen Fest took place 23 years ago on the day we killed the Lich King. The Witch King, rather, not the Lich King. But there were no empresses and no celebration, only soldiers fallen in battle, and a tired and frightened people. We defeated the Witch King in the early dawn, and spent the next few hours
cleaning up his followers. At dusk, Lisa Lota and I descended the spire, walked down its bloody steps, and announced our victory with a duet. Today, the 10,000 people of the ensemble come from every kreis, from all four corners of Lithanian. Every Lithanian, every friend of Lithanian, and every enemy of Lithanian has their eyes on the twin spires, on Grimmacht and Aviganata. And you want me to suspend, even cancel, the ensemble based on the hypothesis of a Lateran executor who has already caused his fair share of trouble in our country. Perhaps I expected too much of you. You should have known I would respond like this even before you spoke, and if you truly believed in your judgment, you should have acted on your own. On that account, the daughter of Werner von Hochberg is far more resolute than you. What? How long have you been with me, Michael? 7 years. It's time to let you go. What? Why would you do that? There comes a day when one must shoulder more responsibility for the sake of Lithanian's future. Bring me my violin. It's time we went to the bridge. The orchestra is 10 meters below us. The sun has painted the clouds red.
3 minutes, 50 seconds until the performance begins. I will fire a blank. The noise should cause some of the musicians to scatter and interrupt the performance.
The musicians of the Orchestra are all art masters, each one equal to the Empress's voice. We would be drowned in arts the moment you showed an intent to attack.
The equivalent of 97 Empress's voices then, plus 2 squads of approaching casters for a total of 120. I can give you 3 minutes. You must secure the remaining 23 seconds on your own, Senora Hochberg.
3 minutes? But if that is the only way... The lazy casters, leave the rest to me.
The shadows of the twin spires stretch as the sun sinks towards the horizon. They swallow up the shadows of the musicians, of Cora, and Viviana herself. She has never felt their power unleashed like this. She is reminded of that flickering candlelight in the spire. It was a tiny flame that only illuminated a corner of the bed, leaving the other corners, the spiral staircase, and the night beyond the spire in total darkness. There was a time when she couldn't admit that the darkness would linger in her eyes longer than that tiny speck of candlelight.
Success. I've cut off the connection between some of the musicians and the instruments.
What's going on? Or we're being affected by someone's arts. You, Frau Lowenstein, are you being held hostage?
You could say that. 9. I'm sorry, Amelie.
You're in league with each other?
I made my choice, and I will not hesitate. Could you please put down your instrument for a while?
There are fluctuations of Art's energies coming from below the twin spires, and some commotion from where the orchestra is. The Witch Queen's remnants. Possibly. Strange. There should be Gestalt Vacha in the area, but I don't see any. Why? I see. The Kaiserinnen knew that something terrible would happen here. They're prepared to abandon the twin spires if necessary. They'll even abandon all of the...
Mynheer!
You are from Sturmlad, yes?
Yeah? Why would you look like someone spooked? Why do you look like someone spooked you? The ensemble's about to begin. Here, have an extra flute. You can borrow it.
flute.
This performance is not to be missed.
9, you can't be here. Go. Leave the amphitheater.
Would you like a better position? I suppose we could squeeze.
Do you not see these?
See what?
The dice I'm holding. My odds unit. What are you doing? You'll give yourself away. Does it even matter at this point? Look around. There must be 10,000 people here. No, we can't even worry about that. All we can do is save as many as we can, even just one more.
It's too loud here. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Look at me. Look at my odds. Do they remind you of anything? I'm in Utica. My odds come from the same lineage as him. You should be afraid. Run.
Amazing, do you hear that? The Imperial musicians just played the first note. The performance of the Golden Gestalt has begun. This guy is got massive blinders over his eyes.
The black arts orb rises from his hand and into the air, exploding into a reddish-black shadow. It is quickly buried by even more brilliant rays of arts. Rays created by various oranginium arts interweave in the clouds. Both the melody and the arts come from the people on the ground, all focused on performing the music belonging to Lithanian alone, using instruments that also serve as arts units. Even the buildings resonate with the twin spires, turning the empty space around the Kaiserinnen's towers into a true amphitheater. The colors penetrating the clouds continue to shift with the splendid melody, as though the crowd is performing the color of the sunset in the sky. It is a feast of sight and sound woven together by arts, the ultimate expression of Lithanian's classical aesthetics and mastery over arts. It is a grand spectacle, visible from any corner of Zwillingstürme and beyond. Tears begin to fill Ebenholz's eyes. He remembers standing atop the spire of Utica, gazing down at the plate below. There were many bell towers in the Grafschaft, which sang every day at dusk. The people would leave their workshops after a long day of work, and the sound of wheels rolling over metallic roads would echo with the music filling the sky. He could see the green-black wilderness if he stood on his toes. Einwald was filled with forests, and caravans brought ripe fruit into the city whenever they were in season. Farmers often amplified their scents with arts to attract customers. He could always smell the best fruits even from his high perch. The maid who sympathized with him would sneak a few back from the market as long as no other nobles were watching. The fruits were ripe and fresh, unlike the carefully selected dried and withered food served on the long old table. He could not remember what became of the maid. Did she go join her beloved in the south, or did she find a new job at the instrument workshop beneath the spire? And when he left Utica, did he ever look back? Let the dark clouds scatter. Let the morning sun shine. Praised to be Lithanian, home of the free. Yes, he had once loved this place from the bottom of his heart. Lithanian, the land of divine music, cradle of the arts. The performance has begun. It sounds so harmonious, even without the strings. There's a theory I've heard, though I've never tried to verify it. The Golden Gestalt contains the will of Lithanian. It represents order, harmony, and beauty. The golden melody is deeply rooted in the soul of every Lithanian, and is not so easily damaged.
That sounds like a form of oranginium arts. It shares some characteristics with our law, but works on different principles and on a different target.
So the Golden Gestalt is actually a kind of complex art affecting the cognition of every Lithanian who hears it. cast by more than 10,000 people in ensemble. So we can't disrupt the performance. But what about the enemy? What's their plan?
The enemy's plan is undoubtedly the opposite. They want the music to continue. Therefore, there is only one place they can be hiding.
What are you doing? I put down my cello as you asked.
Frau Hochberg and I have not prevented any musician from leaving. Your colleagues are either resisting her arts or chose to avoid confrontation due to Frau Lowenstein's presence. You are the only one who has stayed behind. Wait. That person was wearing a mask over their mask?
Very astute, Sancta. We have waited far too long to hear the music that truly belongs to Lithuanian. The other Witch King's remnants are amongst the musicians. Stay away from them, Cora. Are you crying? Yeah, I'm listening to the Golden Gestats. The movement is just so beautiful. It reminded me of how much I used to love Lithuanian.
Finally, the level. I didn't know any better. That should have been the intermission. It was so long.
Embers will hide our footsteps.
Go 安心くださいまし。この毒はゆっくりとあなた方の命を蝕みますので。
Yeah, we'll see the boss next week.
Stay calm. No need to panic. Poison.
A tuner. Continuously cast at a node you control to disable it. Attacks temporarily increase damage taken by units when the corresponding variation is in effect.
この毒はゆっくりとあなた方の命を蝕みますので。
Oh, that whole backline's undeployable.
The concert may begin at any time.
I think I get so much stronger all of a sudden.
This is no arena. Support incoming. Your lives are mine to protect.
Oh my gosh. Ain't no way.
ついてきて。幻覚が見えるかしら。Your life now ignited. This will keep you quiet. Be opponent! Need speed to succeed. Waga Mitsueki ga nanji ni shi o motarasan.
I guess I didn't actually capture that again. Do I like the new ops? Viviana's not bad so far. Arturia is interesting, but I'm still figuring her out. She's very squishy, but not terrible.
Poison kiss. Rock'n'roll! この時はゆっくりとあなた方の命を蝕みますのよ。
Mission accomplished.
I was 15 when I entered the Witch King's Spire. I came from an ordinary family in Kreis Einwald. I would not have been able to become a noble's attendant, but I heard that Herr Hofschorn made no distinction between nobles and commoners. This was not because he treated commoners particularly well, but because he looked down equally on all who cowered at the foot of his throne. At first, my job was to clean his instruments, but Herr Hofschorn no longer played ordinary instruments, and those instruments had no meaning. Later, I was sent to clean the resonance pipelines at the top of the spire. It was not a difficult job, but Herr Hofschorn would not tolerate even a single speck of dust in them. My colleagues came and went. Few got to leave on their own 2 feet. In the end, I was the only one left, quietly cleaning at the top of the tower. And 1,000 sunrises and sunsets later, the Witch King's spire fell. Cut off the way down. Attention, all squads. Find the Sancta. Do not let her enter the amphitheater and interrupt the performance of the Golden Gestats. The target is known to use unusual arts. Permission to kill, if necessary.
Hello, are you looking for me?
Barrier up. Get information. Catch her. Arturia Gayalo. Lithanian took you in when you became a pariah in Laterano. Countless nobles honored you and your remarkable musical talent. The Kaiserin then granted you rights equivalent to Spire nobility. So return to your cell and submit to them, and you may yet be allowed to live.
That was never an option. What point is there to living if I can't play freely?
Then accept your death.
Your arts have gotten stronger.
You missed your chance to break out, Sancta. The Golden Gestats is in progress. Do you see the scene outside? Your parlor tricks are meaningless before the golden glory of Lithanian.
Yes, I can feel that your will is firmer than ever. But is it your will expressing that music? Or has the melody convinced you that what you see is what you think?
That is irrelevant. The golden melody guides me, and my will echoes along with it. You, our enemy, will melt before Lithanian's radiance. She's gone. An illusion. But there was no music.
Why does everyone keep assuming that I can create illusions? I warned you, and your emotions are being controlled by a melody that doesn't belong to yourself. You can easily overlook the reality before you, like where I moved in that radiance.
Behind! Barrier, too late!
Now, I would like to ask you kindly remove the arts case on my instrument. There, it's clean now, danke.
How did we lose to you?
Normally I wouldn't stand a chance, but your souls have become stiff and inflexible due to your bindings of the golden gestats, creating innumerable weaknesses in your arts.
But why? With arts like these, you could have changed your destiny, enjoyed wealth, fame, and favor beyond recognition. What meaning is there in defying the Kaiserin then?
I think we have very different views on the meaning of meaning. Fame, fortune, status, all merely accessories to a soul that will eventually wither and rot with the passage of time. Curfirst, beggar, or myself, the only difference is in the whispers of our hearts. I want to climb the tallest spire because of a melody, a soul, and a future. And for a promise I made to a friend.
"10 years had passed since the death of the Witch King. I was attending the funeral of an old friend. After the funeral, I saw Sancta with her cello in the amphitheater below the twin spires. Others came and went, but she stood there from noon until sundown.
According to legend, even the clouds stopped for the Witch King when he played upon his spire. I wonder, do the clouds remember what the spire looked like back then?
I suppose not. Clouds change so quickly, after all.
My teacher often told me of how he stood beneath the Witch King's spire while it was still standing, playing for the sole sovereign of Lothian. The golden red clouds embraced the dark spire like an extravagant robe. He wanted to come back and see the spectacle again, but wasn't allowed to participate in Das Kaiserinnenfest. In fact, he could barely get permission to leave his home. Herr Emmanuel was one of the Witch King's musicians, after all. Even if just for a short time, times were hard for him after the Witch King's demise. Few came to say their goodbyes, and you were the only one to truly shed tears for him.
I heard you playing at the funeral. It was very touching.
Danke, but that doesn't bring even a slight bit comfort to my teacher. I asked to play for him while he was still alive, but he refused. During his days of pain and hardship, he refused to dwell on the happiness of the past, nor did he seek any change. He simply shut himself in his room, playing the golden gestats over and over again. Though that unchanging melody, he drowned himself in Lothian's greatness, forgetting love, forgetting hate, and forgetting himself. Yet when faced with death, his heart was still filled with regret.
I've heard far too much regret over these long years. My image of Herr Emmanuel remained that of an energetic old man who thanked you with a hearty laugh when you passed him his instrument. I heard that in the end, he was too weak to even lift a bow. I thought that without the shadow of the Witch King's spire, the skies of Lothian would change greatly. I thought that going from Venduin to Zwillingstürme, from the Witch King's spire to the Twin Empress's spire, the melody echoing in the dusk would be somehow different. But both then and now, We're like the clouds, unable to control where we drift.
Why are you not going downstairs? I have no interest in this sort of concert. A melody that binds the listener's will is just another form of law.
How did you know?
As complex as your arts are, their structure is clearly visible to those familiar with Orangenium arts and music. In that sense, it's different from Laterano's law. Music should come from the unrestrained breathing of the soul, but you tuned it into a cornerstone of order, all to control people's wills and wear down their emotions. True bonds between souls are growing weaker. People are increasingly unable to understand one another, unable to respect the emotions of one another, and as such do harm to one another. Such a rigid melody is no music at all. We're almost at the top. I should start preparing for the next piece before this one ends. It's almost time to make good on our promise, isn't it? As you said, this is a good place to play or to listen.
Is this my deepest memory?
Yes.
Sorry.
Why apologize? Very few have invited me to play with their heart's music on their own accord. Most did whatever they could to escape. Yet you have bared your soul to me. For that I am grateful and overjoyed.
I just thought I could show you the death of the Witch King through my memories.
My music simply follows the memory or the melody of your heart. It cannot decide what you recall. All I can do is feel your emotions and recreate them.
Sounds like sculpting then.
You could say that. I discover and record rather than change one's true visage. There is only one reason we cannot enter the Witch King's spires and your memories. Whenever you recall his death, there is a hand that truly moves your emotions. A hand that grabs you amidst the great flood of arts. Whose hand was it?
Whose hand was it? It was...
Look out! They're coming one after another. Federico and I will try to hold them off. You're blind. It's too risky. Grab my hand and stay close. You're so much like him. You mean my father? This is just like when he grabbed me under the Witch King's spire. He grabbed me the hand of a servant he never met and protected me through one wave of arts after another. You were in this...
That's our voice.
You were in this spire the night the Witch King died. You've never told me that was how you met. Yeah. I had just lost my sight and was cowering before half-collapsed stairs. Neither the Witch King's guards nor the twin soldiers would have paid any heed to a humble servant. Instead of a squad from Sturmland found me. It was led by Werner, looking out for his missing father and brother in the spire. His heart must have been fraught with worry, but he couldn't ignore me shivering in the corner and pulled me out of the ruins himself. That sounds like him, all right. I would have done the same. You're both good people. Very good people. It's such a shame that... Why are you covering my ears? No need to be afraid, Viviana. It'll pass. This will all pass. What's happening? The music has changed. It's hideous.
My head, who's attacking me? It's like someone stuffed 1,000 screaming foul beasts into my brain. These fireworks too, the colors. It's so crass. This is wrong. This isn't right. Am I playing it wrong? Is everyone wrong?
Air from Sturmland, are you alright?
Don't touch me. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. Are you the one who played it wrong? Are you trying to break something? Everything?
Something went wrong with the melody. But how could everyone be wrong at the same time? How could a simple mistake lead to something so painful? Look at the Twin Empress's spires! It's him. Herkonfshorn. I'd recognize that anywhere. His power is eating away at the Golden Gestats. The Witch King's remnants. Where are they? I knew there were some left. It's time to fight, Lissing. You're not affected by a few dark clouds after what I've had to live with in my head every day of my life. The Golden Gestat itself, though. I made him miss Utica. Or it made me miss Utica. Now that is deeply disturbing. That's the power of the movement. It defines Lithanian and its beliefs. I don't want someone else deciding what I should miss, what I should love, and what I should praise. But I'm guessing that whoever it is that's sabotaging the performance is after more than just pranking the Kaiser and the nobles outside of Zwillingstürme. Enemy on the left. I know, your side too. Let's do this together.
I didn't think anyone could retain their senses.
For once, I'm grateful for everything you've done to me. Pain and chaos in my brain are like old friends by now. Good work. You too. So why are you acting just fine while everyone else is in agony? I'm beginning to suspect that you're a lich-sculpted wooden puppet. I was trained from a very young age to deal with this kind of situation. And what kind of situation would that be? The collapse of the Golden Gestat. Please tell me you're joking. Do you see the golden golo rising over the edge of the amphitheater? I've never seen so many Gestaltvacha in one place at the same time.
Her Majesty's orders. Surround Nada Avenue and Machk Avenue. Do not allow the corrupted Golden Gestats to spread.
So many Gestaltvacha and Gandamari. The entire Zwillingstürme must be on lockdown before long.
Aha! It's no use. It's too late. Herfkonshorn is back. The one true king has returned to the Lithanian that rightfully belongs to him.
Quiet, please.
Shut up.
We're leaving. Viviana. Cora, please promise me, don't say or do anything for now. I might have tried something if it were just Erweiner, but there are too many of them, and each one equal to each one the equal of a knight champion.
Why do you not speak? Why should we hide now that the curtain is about to rise? Our dream, our obsession, the moment of which we have been given both blood and soul is finally upon us. So why is there no joy on your face? The concert...
I told you to be quiet. You knew. Since when? I visited Marigold Alley before I went to see Arturia. I wanted to see those dwellings again, the images that gave me so much warmth. But I didn't find anything. All the dwellings, the ones with marigolds in them, The ones with clues leading to the Witch King are gone. You took them, didn't you? I only needed to take the ones containing the clues, but I couldn't bear to part with the marigolds either. My suspicions were confirmed the moment you told me that you were there the night the Witch King died. When you cleaned the canvas back then, you left a spot untouched, the parts showing you. The Witch King's remnants were after witnesses to the Witch King's death, and you were one of them. But you're different from the others. You're not an innocent victim. I didn't want to say it. I don't even want to ask. Why couldn't I be selfish just this once? I'm sorry. I really am sorry, Viviana. Why? Why do I have to lose something I only just found?
We should fight together, Concert Master. The Gestatzvacha are here. We've come so far. It must be a shame to die at their hands now.
The amphitheater is a scene of chaos. The tuning continues. The Ludwig's Universitat incident already proved that only the Kaiserinnen could fight Herkonshort's arts. What would the twins think of my little show of selfishness, of betrayal? I am not especially concerned.
Guess so much for being loyal to Werner. Did none of that mean anything?
Do you believe that the Golden Gestalt could completely change its tone? I only care about the result. Then the last person to rewrite the Golden Gestalt was Herrenkonfschon. But even he did not consider its destruction. The movement is the foundation on which Lithuanian is built. Its destruction will undermine everything. Our aesthetics, our habits and usage of arts, the Kurfürsten system, the imperial authority. It will bring unprecedented change to Lithuanian. But change isn't necessarily bad. If it were, we would never have been born. A pair of children born of arts, in defiance of the laws of nature. 'Tis just the beginning. That's what Ferrymont said to Leopold. We were but infants at the time, but I know you understood what they said as well as I did. We were born with a duty to change Lithuanian. But Leopold was afraid of us, which is why he had an army ready to tear us apart from behind the moment we killed Håkon Shorn. But we survived. We may not have chosen to be born, but once we were, we had the right to live. 23 years ago, we stood here gazing at the same sunset over an altogether different scene of chaos. You extended your hand to me before we began our long-awaited duet. You said, "The sunset doesn't belong to anyone. Not to Herkonshorn, not to Leopold, and not to the Kurfürsten, nor to any other ambitious noble." Ja. You took my hand, and we walked here together. There's no need to answer to the Kurfürsten, no need to be manipulated by anyone. Our fate is ours alone to decide, and apparently someone else shares the same desire. Such a curious thing, the human soul. To think that even artificial children would learn human desire after gaining souls. That through a wish as simple as can be, the meek may be able to accomplish what even Herkonshorn failed to redefine Lithuanian. You want to ask whether I let Korra roam free on purpose, don't you? Are you not the same mind on this matter? Our thoughts are linked, even if it's been a long time since the two of us have watched the sun set together. Let us stay a while. It won't take long. Very well. What will the future look like? Would you still watch it with me, Hildegard?
Where's Korra? Viviana?
I could hear Brand's voice. He's fighting the remaining cultists. They won't last long. But the other is even faster. Viviana is silent, but her arts draw closer. I feel a shadow creep over the top of my foot, as cold as a storm at night.
Look out, Concert Master! Concert Master! Ow! My arts went through! This is tuning. Why?
I'm sorry, Amelia. Like I said, my decision has never changed.
Amelia? Amelia's gotten around. She was a Spirecaster, but I guess she's a Remnant too. Okay.
Yeah, it's nothing. We've betrayed so many in our lives, perhaps too many. Hercumshorn's eternal spire, it's so close. I'll be waiting for you on the other stairs. Concert Master.
Amelie must have turned to a dark dust before me. This is how it is for the Witch King's followers. They don't want their bodies to linger on a land that lacks Hercumshorn's favor.
She's dead. Most of them are. The Armenian resistance will not last long. And the same for me, I suppose. You've deceived the followers of Hercumshorn. Yeah, the Kaiserin's instructions was to become the concert master of the Witch King's followers, to become a hope and a lure, to lead them into the abyss by their own volition. It's been 23 years. Everything about the Witch King, the long nightmares and deep-rooted fears, the meaningless ambition, should have been gone from this country a long time ago.
Oh, so she was a double agent. Or a triple agent? I guess.
So why is the tuning still going?
Because, Werner.
Did the Kaiserin order my father's death? I tried to persuade him. I tried so hard. He wanted to hand over the copy of Golden Geschots so I could move it elsewhere, but he was concerned that the Witch King's remnants would catch on, thus nullifying the bait. I asked him to if maybe Brant could arrive at the scene earlier and save him at the scene of the attack, but he refused. He said he was already dying and would soon go to see Lucinda. A few more days wasn't worth dragging both you and Sturmland into it. But if you'd have gotten there, if only he'd held out for a few more hours or less. He was too determined to leave and gave up too easily. The day Overna died, I tried to recover the copy of the movement and watched you return to Sturmland, walking the path paved for you so similar to his, and I made the choice that had long been brewing in my heart. The Golden Geschots. You're using Hercumshorn's arts to tune the music. You're trying to destroy it, or rather the influence it holds over all the Athenians. They say that fate is an endless spiral staircase. If so, the Golden Geschots is the staircase trapping Athenian. Stairs built 1,000 years ago, glorious and beautiful on the outside, yet rotted to the core on the inside. I've seen so many people trapped within. Herr Emanuel, Gerhard, Rita, Loris, and Brant, all suffering the tides of fate, helpless to change it. The Witch King's spire fell, yet more rose to take its place. Those beneath the spires wish to climb them, while those atop them aspire to even higher perch. They come and go, up and down in endless vaults. Hatred and conflict, pain and sorrow and regret, filling the souls of one generation of Athenians after another. You too, Viviana. Once you enter the Kaiserin spires, you will only speak what they want you to. They can see, I have already seen how you will be forced to live a life you don't want. Just like your father before you. The Golden Geschots never changes. Athenian never changes. Tragedy never changes. Unless we free ourselves from the movement of the past. You say that you want to change our fate, but who are you to decide who gets saved and who gets sacrificed? I can't. It's not my place, nor is it anyone's. You want to destroy the old order. But where is the new order? Can you guarantee that it will be better than yesterday or today? I can't. Our future isn't like for someone like me to decide. Those who have died for the plan, and the people right before us. Don't you realize the pains they're in? I hear them. Their screams, their laments. I'll never stop hearing them. Not until the day I die. Then why do you have to be the one to change everything? Because I can. Is that the only reason? Someone has to. My life never had much meaning to begin with, except for one speck of light that never fully belonged to me, and I would do anything to keep it from going out. I can't condone your cruelty, arrogance, or irresponsibility. And as such, I must stop you. Of course. Disaster has already struck, and by my hand I've caused so much death, even more to come. Just stop this. I can't. Not after what it took to get this far. Do you know what it is? Your actions Do you know what it is about your actions that I agree with the least? You really are heartless.
No! Viviana! Cora! Cora!
I know. You're soft on the outside but firm on the inside. You just can't turn your back on other people's pains. You don't want to make things difficult for Brant either. You're always thinking of others even now. And I'm glad I got to die at the hands of the one I love the most. I'm sorry. Are the clouds beautiful today? No need to be afraid, Viviana. It'll pass. This all will. She embraces me. I can feel her hand on my back, trembling. I want to hug her and comfort her like I used to. Perhaps I did. I talked so much even though I had already begun to go numb from blood loss. I can imagine her lake-like eyes beginning to rain, her gentle complexion warped by torment. She only just learned that I've never really seen the faces of her father and her mother. Through Werner's words, I could only imagine how they looked, how they met, and how they fell in love. After all, I went into the dark spire that day and I came to Vinduin, and the day I left it, I could no longer see. Everything I know that's nice and beautiful, including Brant, was brought to me by Werner and Lucinda. Except for one thing, except this. The day that Werner brought the girl down from the spire to me, the day that I touched her soft, timid hand, and the day that I wiped away her tears. That was the day that I became certain of it. I loved this child, and not because she was their daughter, but because I saw in her something that none of us had. You deserve better life than this, Viviana. If there really is one. "23 years ago, I heard the sound of fighting from below and gave the resonance pipeline at the top of the spire a little push. Just a little push, something anyone could do. It created the tiniest gap in Herr Komschorn's defensive arts. He had never imagined that a humble maidservant would have the courage to betray him. Today I tampered with the resonance pipelines of the Twin Empresses' spires. All I did was restore the Witch King's tuning components according to the arts he left behind in the copy of the Gulden Gestats, then activate them with my own humble arts. Life is too short. Do nothing and you leave no trace behind, like the clouds floating past the spires. But no one should drift with the wind like that, unable to determine their own future. Many desires change. I'm just the first to extend my hand. I hope that after this, all good people, all the people I love, will have a true future.
To drive them away with fire is easily done. But if we're to ensure they'll never come back to hurt
That got
us,
me.
then a
I don't know
fire
why,
is
but that got
not
me.
enough.
Perhaps not as much as the ending of Lone Trail, but it got me.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
That's where we're gonna have to end it. For today. That was only level 6. There's still a lot more. I don't... So much has happened already. Crazy. We'll have to see. When it so 5, so next Tuesday and then the Tuesday after that. I think tomorrow we're gonna stream this again. We've you know, certainly a longer event, so we've not made a lot of progress as much as I would have liked. So I think we'll continue this tomorrow, so make sure we can get through it in time for the EX levels and then the special levels after that and all that stuff. And then yeah, there's also other things coming up too that don't want to delay too much. So more Arknights tomorrow. But for now, I have to go search for more emotions. And until we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well.